Well, that one's good. Those red lights. Well, good evening. We need to get started. That clock is a little wrong, so we're running just a few minutes behind, but I do want to catch up and get moving. Good evening. I am Tom Burrows, Commissioner at Large, District 2. Tonight, however, I will be acting as Mayor Pro Tem due to the unavailability of Mayor Garner. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. Please be sure you speak directly into a microphone so that the public can hear your comments and an accurate record of the meeting is made. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. I will now call this meeting to order. Would the clerk please call roll?
Roll call. Burns.
Here.
Ramirez, we have an absence memo. Hill.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Lopez.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Townsend.
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The invocation this evening is being given by Chaplain Jim Kemper, Senior of Ebenezer Ministries, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
As we prepare for our prayer this evening, we want to remember our neighbors to the east of us of the city of Independence, their police chief, and the families of the individuals who have lost their lives and officers who are hurting. So let's keep them in your thoughts this evening and as the days go by. Dear Heavenly Father, most gracious Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you that even now when our hearts may be hurting and our spirits are low, we can look to you, Lord, because you told us to look to the hills which cometh our help, because all our help comes from you. Lord, bless our neighbors and keep them, wrap your arms around them, their families, even in their sorrow and their pain. Lord, give them strength. And we ask that you also give this body strength, our leaders in Wyandotte County. Strengthen their minds, strengthen their heart, encourage them to do your will for the betterment of this community. We pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, individual with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chaplain Kemper. Okay, let's get to that, sir. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda.
No, sir, no revisions.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the items on the planning and zoning portion of the agenda. Tonight, we have two distinct parts to our meeting. The planning and zoning portion will be handled, followed by the regular commission meeting. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum at Large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows at Large District 2, currently serving as Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Bill Burns, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Phil Lopez, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission, The commission has three options. One, it can approve the recommendation of the planning commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the planning commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the planning commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the planning commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the planning commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the planning commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask, or the mayor pro tem will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda items to be set aside if you do not agree with the planning commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the planning commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of everyone here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please be sure to state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have heard from opponents of item B3, special use 2023-103.
Commissioner Kane.
Opponents and proponents for PR 2023-039.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have heard from opponents of SP 2023-103 and from proponents and opponent from SP 2023-115.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I've heard from proponents of COZ 2023-033. I've also heard of proponents and opponents of PR 2023-039.
Dr. Hill.
Thank you. I have heard from PR 2023-039. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Proponents and opponents of PR 2023-039.
Any others? I would like to disclose that I've had contact with 2023-118 proponent, 2023-120 proponent, and SP 2023-122, both proponents and opponents. You want to read them?
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone applications, item 1, COZ 2023-030, Riyadh Baghdadi. Change of zone from R1B Single Family District to R2B Two Family District to construct a duplex at 2919 West 44th Avenue, recommended for denial. Item 2, COZ 2023-033, Robert Carl. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District to use the property for agricultural purposes at 6815 Cernich Road, recommended for approval. Item B1, special use permit, SP 2023-078, Andrew Harris with Piper Development Group. Special use permit for grading and removal of earth and fill at 4919 North 126th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item B2, SP 2023-096, Sandra Coleman, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2815 North 81st Court, recommended for denial. Item B3, SP 2023-103, Juan Carlos Maldonado, special use permit for the temporary use of land to keep a semi-tractor trailer at the residence at 4936 Waverly Avenue, recommended for denial. Item 4, SP 2023-108, Marcus Oliva, special use permit for a short-term rental at 2903 West 45th Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 5, SP 2023-111, Ryan Forshee with Catholic Charities of Northeast Kansas, renewal of a special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 2601 Ridge Avenue, recommended for approval for 5 years. Item 6, SP 2023-115, Deborah Sage, special use permit to operate an automotive dealership at 2959 North 7th Street Trafficway, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 7, SP 2023-116, Donna Barnett, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2311 North 104th Terrace, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 8, SP 2023-118, Justin Appleberry with the Davenport, special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 401 North 6th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 9, SP 2023-120, Houston Defoe with Blue Palm LLC, special use permit for a drinking establishment at 204 Orchard Street downstairs, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 10, SP 2023-121, Jessica Moreno with Next Guest KC, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 611 Douglas Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 11, SP 2024-001, Guy Holbert, special use permit for Penske Truck Leasing, Rental and Repair at 11 North James Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item C, plan review applications. Item 1, PR 2023-039, William Lanier with Lanier United LLC, preliminary and final development plan for a mixed-use redevelopment of the Jack Reardon Center, which includes apartments, retail, commercial, and an event center at 500 Minnesota Avenue, recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances. Number 1, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 408 Sandusky Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 2, an ordinance authorizing a home occupation special use permit to produce gummies, topicals, and a powdered drink at 11411 Hollingsworth Road, recommended for approval. Item 3, an ordinance authorizing a home occupation special use permit for a dog grooming operation at 10120 Hollingsworth Road, recommended for approval. Item 4, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 614 Reynolds Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 5, an ordinance authorizing a home occupation special use permit to operate a cottage bakery business at 1206 North 132nd Street, recommended for approval. Item 6, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4509 Garfield Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit to operate a daycare on the campus of the Boys and Girls Club at 1220 Troop Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 8, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for 8 mature ducks and ducklings not to exceed 40 at any one time at 1921 Nebraska Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 9, an ordinance rezoning property at 290 South 10th Street from CP-O Planned Non-Retail Business District to RP5 Planned Apartment District, recommended for approval. Item 10, an ordinance rezoning property at 4105 Gibbs Road from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District, recommended for approval. This represents all of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does any member of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote. Follow the recommendation of the planning commission. Has anyone contacted, excuse me, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For clarification, I'd just like to set aside SP 2023-115. Ms. Sage is the applicant. That's it.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir. Willie Lanier United. Like to set aside PR 2023-039.
Okay. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online would like to make comment, set aside.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
I would like to set aside all the items on the consent agenda.
Ma'am, we need your name, please.
This is to Sear Mank or Cece, and I
Okay,
would like to set aside all those items,
I'm sorry, which items?
all of the items on the consent agenda.
Ms. Mank, I did understand that you've requested all consent items be discussed individually. You pulled them all off the consent calendar. Is that your request?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, we will do so. Okay, is there anyone in attendance who would like to set this item aside?
All aside.
Yeah. Okay. You ready to start? Okay. First item up for discussion. Madam Clerk, do you want to read them individually as we go into them?
Yes, I will. First item is change of zone application COZ 2023-030 Riyadh Baghdadi. Change of zone from R1B Single Family District to R2B Two Family District to construct a duplex at 2919 West 44th Avenue, recommended for denial.
Anyone wish to speak to that item? Commissioners? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to accept the recommendation of the planning and zoning. It was recommended for denial. That would be my motion.
Second.
We have anyone else? We do have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 2, change of zone application COZ 2023-033 Robert Carl. change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District to use the property for agricultural purposes at 6815 Cernich Road, recommended for approval.
Thank you. I'll ask staff to make any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is from R1 to AG for agricultural purposes, mostly goats. This is in the Plant KCK area, North Midtown neighborhood. There was support at the Planning Commission, no opposition. There are some older notices of violation that would be addressed by this project. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval with conditions, including getting a conservation plan with the Conservation District.
Thank you, staff. Commissioner Davis,
Move to approve.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. It takes us to item number 3. Sorry, item number 1 under special use permits.
Special use permit, item number 1, SP 2023-078, Andrew Harris with Piper Development Group. Special use permit for grading and removal of earth and fill at 4919 North 126th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years.
Staff, please make.
Thank you,
Comments.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is special use permit for grading. This is the result of a stop work order at the site. This is in the Prairie, Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 2 years with conditions.
Anyone wish to speak to Commissioner Davis?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve
Townsend, second.
and a second to approve.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 2.
Item number 2, special use permit SP 2023-096, Sandra Coleman, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2815 North 81st Court, recommended for denial.
Gunnar Hand, I'm the Director of Planning and Design. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental. This Pullman has been unresponsive since last September 2023. They have not had a neighborhood meeting. The best we could do is send it back to Planning Commission. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends denial. Sorry, just trying to move fast, y'all. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is similar to Mr. Ria Baghdadi's case. This is a case we've received in September 2023. The applicant has been unresponsive since that time, so it has not had a neighborhood meeting. It cannot be approved. The best you could do is send it back to Planning Commission. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends denial.
Okay.
Or unresponsiveness.
Okay. Commissioner Stites.
So I've
I'm
got a
so-
question.
I'm sorry, before that, I have Commissioner Townsend.
Oh, go
My
ahead. Sorry.
apologies. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. I was going to move that the commission accept the recommendation, which was for denial of the planning and zoning staff.
Commissioner Kane, second.
We have Commissioner Davis.
This is just a question for legal. Are we able to package any of these for a vote for multiple recommendations from the planning commission, or do we have to take the item one by one? Do we have that discretion?
So you would have to allow for the comment on each of them. When you package the vote, the only issue is that your vote is good for every item. So if you have a commissioner who wants to vote, say no on one and yes on the others, then you could run it, then that would be a problem because they would have to select. So it's not recommended on these matters since they are so individual.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
These are all on the non-consent agenda now, so I want to move on to the next item. That would be item number 3, but before I do that, I have a motion, but I also want to ask if there's anybody that would like to speak to this application. Seeing none. The motion has been made. Second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, item number 3.
Item number 3, special use permit SP 2023-103, Juan Carlos Maldonado. Special use permit for the temporary use of land to keep a semi-tractor trailer at the residence at 4936 Waverly Avenue, recommended for denial.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move that the recommendation of planning and zoning, which was for denial, be accepted, and that's my motion, that it be denied as was done in planning and zoning.
Is there a second?
David, second.
Second.
Thank you. Commission, we do need to open public, offer the opportunity for everyone to speak before we make the motion. So if we could hold those motions to approve or uphold the recommendation till we have public hearing. Thank you. So I'll ask if there's anyone present that would care to speak to this item. Let the record show no one step forward. Anybody online, Madam Clerk?
No hands are raised.
Thank you.
I do believe, Mr. Pro Tem, there are some who would plan to speak publicly on this. We're just moving kind of fast, and I think this is just kind of throwing those out. So if you could make that invitation, if there is anyone else who wants to speak pro or con on this, that they should come forward on the Maldonado.
We did ask for someone to come forward. So if somebody would like to speak, please do so.
Hi, my name is Marlene Beret, 46.
Excuse me, before we get started, are you a proponent or opponent?
Denial.
Okay, we're going to take proponents first.
Okay, well,
Are you a proponent for denial? Okay, we will, you can please come forward. Proponent for denial. Okay.
hi, I'm Marlene. Beret, 4636 Greeley Avenue. I'm for denial of this. This is a code enforcement ordinance. We do not need semi trucks in our neighborhoods.
I'm Sandy Ziola, and I live in Mahaney Manor where this house is located. And it's a nuisance and it's an eyesore and it's a code violation. And just don't agree with it.
My name is Teddy Scott. I live at 4917 Waverly Avenue. I do not want this in my neighborhood. I vote for denial.
My name is James Martin. I live at 4927 Waverly Avenue. And I don't want this in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have someone online, proponent or opponent for denial.
HP, if you again would identify yourself and state whether you're in favor of denial.
My name is Tasir Mank, CC, and I'm against it. Are you proposing to put a semi truck in the middle of someone's neighborhood? I would never agree with that. It is a place for semi trucks to be parked, and they have them all over Wyandotte County. And I don't think that nobody wants to hear a semi truck pulling in at night or early in the morning while they're trying to sleep and rest. So no.
Thank you, Ms. Mink. Any other comments, questions? Anybody else online?
No other hands are raised.
Okay. Thank you. We did have a motion and a second to uphold the ruling of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Move for denial. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. The reason why that had to come up for a vote like that, it was pulled off the consent calendar, so we do have to have discussion. So as we move forward, item number 4.
Item number 4, special use permit SP 2023-108, Marcus Oliva, special use permit for a short-term rental at 2903 West 45th Avenue. Recommended for approval for 1 year.
Thank you. Staff, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied in the Rosedale area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There's some older notices of violation that have all been closed. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people on site at one time, 2 cars off street. They also have to build a UG compliant driveway apron.
Okay. Is anyone here would like to? Petitioner like to make comments? Anyone present like to speak in support of this project? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Marcos Oliva. I bought this property because I was planning to make it as an Airbnb. And I've been doing all the process that you were requiring. And I would like to see if you could let me do this rental as an Airbnb as I requested.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, anybody online?
No hands are raised at this time.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? I'd entertain a motion. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 5.
Item number 5, special use permit SP 2023-111, Ryan Forshee with Catholic Charities of Northeast Kansas. Renewal of a special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 2601 Ridge Avenue, recommended for approval for 5 years.
Is there anyone present? Staff would like to give an overview, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a group home. It's a renewal. It would be their second approval, first renewal. If it moves forward this evening by the Board of Commissioners, this is in the central area plan. There's been no support, no opposition, no notice of violation since the first special use permit has been granted. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 5 years with conditions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who would care to speak in support of this item? Petitioner? Seeing that, anyone online?
We have 2 hands raised. The first one is with HP. Again, state your name and address for the record.
Yes, this is to see her make again. And first of all, the last one, y'all only gave opportunity for somebody to speak for it, and I wanted to speak against it. Hello, I'm not in favor of much that Gunnar Hand pushes forward, period. And I wanted to speak on the last one against it, and y'all ignored my raised hand.
Ms. Mank, we're watching the computer. We're just 1 second.
Well, y'all only had given the opportunity for people to speak for the last one. Y'all didn't give people the opportunity to speak against it. You said who wants to speak for it, and then y'all move forward to go ahead and vote. You never called for the people who were against it, is what I'm saying.
I don't have an agenda here to tell. Ms. Mank, if you want to, I'll be more than happy to back up and go back to that item if you care to be a matter of record to have opposition to that item.
I would just make my opposition heard right now. And as far as anything that is involving Mr. Gunnar Hand, I want to really, anything with his name on there, I'm going to speak about tonight. So please make opportunity for somebody who is against any item on this agenda to give their opinion. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mank. I would ask that you please keep your comments directly towards the item. That would be a benefit for all of us so we can get it in a matter of record. Okay. Okay. We are on number 5, the 2023-111. Ms. Mank, did you have your hand up to speak to that?
Her hand is not raised.
Okay, hands are not raised. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak in opposition to? Okay, we do have another hand raised. Okay.
We have another Amelia Reyes, Chief Program Officer. If you'll unmute, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Amelia Reyes and I'm with Catholic Charities of Northeast Kansas. I'm here representing Ryan Forshee, who is out on medical leave. I am just here with the agency to inform that we have been in compliance with all the design comments and would hope for this motion to be approved.
Thank you. Is there anybody?
No other hands are raised.
No, okay, that's virtually. I will ask the clerk, is there any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is there anyone present would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually that would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised at this time.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion. Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 6.
Item number 6, special use permit SP 2023-115, Deborah Sage. Special use permit to operate an automotive dealership at 2959 North 7th Street Trafficway. Recommended for approval for 2 years.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if he received any direct notification from somebody who wished to express comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Thank you. Staff overview.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for an auto dealership. That auto dealership is co-located with an existing restaurant on the site, or proposed to be co-located with an existing restaurant on the site. This is in the Northeast area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There is an open notice of violation for the building on the parcel that would be addressed by this proposed project. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 2 years with condition, including enhanced landscaping, parking lot restriping, and following the commercial design guidelines.
Thank you, staff. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You will be given 3 minutes.
Deborah Sage, 1821.
Is the.
My name is Angeline Howell. I live at 2517 North 8th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. I am the owner of 2959 North 7th Street Trafficway. She's my cousin, Deborah Sage. We are asking for permission to have a special use permit for our automotive. We're only going to operate during the weekend. We have 6 spaces for cars and we plan to do it online. The other information, we were given that we needed to contact some neighbors that were over 250 feet from us. I contacted them, who is WD Young, and he lives in the Peregrine Falcons neighborhood, and also former Commissioner Nathan Barnes and his wife Brenda. I contacted both of them and they are all for us having the automotive dealership there. And there hasn't been any opposition. And the people that live that are really across the street from us, which is Midwest Elevators, they are in favor of us also being there.
Okay.
Why is it?
Oh, she was asking why has it been set aside or taken off of the approval?
We had someone requested all items be pulled off the
No,
consent.
I'm saying Commissioner Townsend did before that.
Okay, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. I'm appreciative that someone who is already an entrepreneur in District 1 wants to enter into a new endeavor. However, this would be a radical change from the look of that corner in that area to go from just a restaurant to also a used car dealership. My concern, which has just already been addressed, and that was the reason I set it aside, is that those people who have invested in making homes there, even if they're outside of the 200 feet area, which really, for those who are visual, is no more of a distance between the east and the west wall here, that they be contacted. And the applicant has said that she has done that. And she has named names. There are 5 families in that cul-de-sac. If they have been contacted and given the opportunity to be apprised of the change, then I am fine with that. And that's what I think we should do for any case, especially when you're asking for a change from what was there. They were there first, and so the area is changing. So that, in my opinion, even though it's outside of 200 feet, which we need to address, I think ordinance wise, needs to be taken care of, and you indicate you've done that. Also, what was not clear in the packet is actually how many spaces are going to be used for cars, and I've heard you say 6.
Yes.
Does that need to be codified, Mr. Hand? Because I didn't see that clearly stated in the specifications, so.
Number of cars is subject to the size of the lot. Typically for this use, we don't necessarily determine how many cars can be on a lot. So you basically be asking any car dealership to tell us the number of cars that are at their lot at any given time. It's for the use. So she's beholden to the size of her parcel more than anything. They have to separate the parking lot and the design so that there is still parking for the existing co-located use, parking for staff, and then parking for whatever amount of cars they want to sell at any given time. And so when they design that, they will do it themselves. So it's a size issue, not a number of cars issue.
Okay, well, that is a concern I have for the way it might look, but if the applicant has said they're going with 6, that's what I would look to see on that lot. So I would move to, I'm premature, but I'm gonna move to accept this application for the 2 years as shown. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
I so move.
Okay. We must continue on through the hearing
I know I'm
process.
premature, that's
Okay.
why I'm holding, but that would be the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else present? Thank you, ladies. Is there anything else you want to say?
We did submit a picture of the parking spaces, so
Okay.
you should have that in your packet.
It'd be great. Matter of record. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else present who speak in favor of this item? Madam Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
We have a hand raised from HP.
Hello, this is CC Mike, and I would like to say I'm in favor of anything that Ms. Howell is putting forward because she's actually for the community.
I'll ask the clerk. We received any notification from the public who wish to express support for this item?
No comments received.
Great. We'll now move into the opponents of this item. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show no one stepped. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
I will now close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item 6,
7.
7. Thank you.
Item number 7, special use permit 2023-116, Donna Barnett. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2311 North 104th Terrace. Recommended for approval for 1 year.
Staff care to give an overview, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This one is in the Prairie, Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition, no notices of violation. Um, Real quick, you may notice that this is on a street where we heard a case here a couple of months ago. This is the new short-term rental ordinance in action. Ms. Barnett submitted an application directly after another application was submitted for the same block, so we put Ms. Barnett on hold. That case was withdrawn at the Board of Commissioners level, and that's when we began the process to review and Ms. Barnett's application. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions including a maximum of 7 people at one time, 3 cars off street.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Okay.
Ms. Barnett? You'll need to unmute.
Hi, yes, this is Donna Barnett. I just wanted to let you know I was here. Thank you for your approval.
Thank you. Is there anyone else virtually that would like to speak in support of this item?
No hands are raised.
Anyone in the public that would wish to speak to this item in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone present speaking in opposition to this item? Record show nobody's coming forward. Is there anyone online virtually would like to speak in opposition to this item?
We have Louise Lynch with her hand raised. Go ahead, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Louise Lynch, a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. It's not necessarily just this unit, but all of these short-term rentals. All I see are short-term rentals being approved. Are they having to follow the same code violation inspections and all of that? We have such a housing problem in KCK, and we can't even get the inspections done with the slumlords. And that has been addressed to our administrator numerous times, and no one is looking out for the people in this area. I understand people want to make a business. People need a decent place to live. And if short-term rental is the way to go to avoid this, then we need to stop all these short-term rental stuff and start paying attention to where the people of KCK need a good, decent place to live, not a slum. Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, just for clarification, you were in opposition to this motion, correct?
Opposition to all of these short-term rentals. It's just too many.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner Burrows.
Is there anyone else joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No other hands are raised.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing.
Kane, move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries with a vote of 7-1.
Thank you. I believe that takes us to item number 8.
Item number 8, special use permit 2023-118, Justin Appleberry with the Davenport, special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 401 North Sixth Street, recommended for approval for 2 years.
Is the applicant here? I will now, I'll ask staff for an overview first, then I'll open the public hearing. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a drinking establishment in the central area Penn. This is right off Sixth Street. If you're familiar, it's the old Manor Records location that went out of business a couple months ago. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There's a history of notice of violation on this property attested to the previous owner and operator, not the current proposed operator. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including a trash enclosure with the block for the block.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. I'll now ask the applicant or representative to present their application. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Justin Appleberry, 22010 West 122nd Street, Olathe, Kansas. Owner of the Davenport. I'd like to point out that we have been in compliance with all of the zoning permits and everything since day one. And we're excited to be part of a thriving, Strawberry Hill community. Invite y'all to come down and have a beer and watch a game with us sometime.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if there's any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item.
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show none. Step forward. I will now close public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Davis second.
We have a motion to end a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I believe this takes us to item number 9.
Item number 9, special use permit SP 2023-120. Houston Defoe with Blue Palm LLC. Special use permit for a drinking establishment at 204 Orchard Street downstairs. Recommended for approval for 2 years.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Hand to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design, another SUP for a special use permit, for a drinking establishment also in the central area plan. For those of you familiar, this is the old Mockingbird Lounge. The same operator who used to run Manor Records closed both locations, this and that location at the same time. So we have 2 new operators for both those locations on the agenda this evening. There was one letter of support, or one member of the public attended the planning commission earlier this month in support. There's been no opposition. There are some older notices of violation that would be addressed by this proposed project. Staff agrees with planning commission, recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including, again, a trash enclosure, some enhanced landscaping. The operator has informed us that they would like to operate a short-term rental on the 2nd story of this mixed-use building. As such, they've already applied for a special use permit, and we are also asking them to come back for a land use amendment to mixed uses. This is a mixed-use project and building.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present their application. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sorry, Houston Defoe, 1700 Northeast 68th Terrace, Gladstone, Missouri, for 204 Orchard Street, Blue Palm. We haven't had any issues. Neighbors have been very supportive. We've already started some work on the exterior, trying to clean up the place, and made a lot of friends so far. So we're excited to be a part of the neighborhood.
It's great. Thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Is there anyone virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. I'll ask clerk if there's any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item.
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show no one step forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. I'd entertain a motion.
So move.
Davis second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Takes us to item number 10. Madam Clerk, please.
Item number 10, special use permit SP 2023-121. Jessica Moreno with Next Guest KC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 611 Douglas Avenue. Recommended for approval for 1 year.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, I'll ask for some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is another short-term rental, special use permit, non-owner occupied. This one is the Plan KCK area, sort of in the Shawnee Heights neighborhood, just at the edge of the Rosedale area plan. Staff received no support. There was one person in opposition at the Planning Commission hearing earlier this evening. There are no notices of violation. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, maximum of 5 people at any given time. 2 cars off street. I would note that at the Planning Commission hearing, there was still an outstanding building permit issue related to some structural comments from building inspection staff. Those have been resolved before this meeting tonight, so they're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Is the applicant present? Care to speak? Seeing none.
We have the applicant online.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Ms. Moreno, go ahead.
Yes, hello, Jessica Moreno, 2006 Wyandotte Street, Kansas City, Missouri. And I would just like to note that I have fulfilled all of the conditions of approval and have been compliant with all of the requirements. And I wish for this approval this evening. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there anyone present who would like to speak to this favor of this item?
No one is coming forward.
Is there anyone virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
I'll ask clerk if there's any direct notification from the public who wish to express comments in opposition to this item.
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
We have Louise Lynch online.
Please, Ms. Lynch.
Yes, thank you. Louise Lynch, Kansas City, Kansas. And I think you're right, Gunnerhand. Another short-term rental, another one, this one from someone outside of Wyandotte. This has to stop. We have people now coming from out of state, out of county, coming to our community to take our money and don't have to follow any kind of real rules that real rental people have to endure. This can't go on. I urge all of the people listening to urge their commissioners and the UG to put a freeze on these short-term rentals. This is ridiculous. We need to look out for our residents and our citizens. Enough of the short term. Enough. This is outrageous. These people don't even live here, but they're willing to take our money. With all these fees going up, which we need to address, of the residents that live here, we can't afford to live. And then we have people from outside coming to take our money? No.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Is there anyone else virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No other hands are raised.
Thank you. Now close public hearing on this item. I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Townsend, thank you.
Move to accept the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Committee on this one, which was for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This, I believe this takes us to item number 11.
Number 11, special use permit SP 2024-001, Guy Holbert. Special use permit for Penske Truck Leasing, Rental and Repair at 11 North James Street, recommended for approval for 2 years.
I'll ask Mr. Hand to please make comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a truck leasing, sales, and repair. This is the existing Penske location at 9th and James at the end of Central Avenue. This is an existing business that is proposing an expansion, therefore it's triggering, that special use permit. This is in the Armourdale area plan. Staff received no support, no letters in opposition. There are a couple of police calls for this site, which would be normal considering the use and its location in a predominantly industrial area. Staff reviews Planning Commission recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including following the commercial design guidelines, which the applicant has worked with staff to address.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Is there an applicant or a representative to present their application? Seeing none.
We do have the applicant online.
Okay. Please.
Mr.
Name.
Holbert, you'll need to unmute.
Yes, this is Guy Holbert with Penske Truck Leasing. We appreciate the consideration and we will meet all applicable rules, regulations, and code compliance. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Did I hear somebody say yes? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
I'll ask clerk if we've received any direct notification from the public who wish to express concerns in opposition to this item.
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Direction, no one step forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
So move.
Dave's second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to C1.
Item C1, Plan Review Application PR 2023-039, William Lanier with Lanier United LLC. Preliminary and final development plan for a mixed-use redevelopment of the Jack Reardon Center, which includes apartments, retail, commercial, and an event center at 500 Minnesota Avenue, recommended for approval.
At this time, I will ask legal counsel to provide some remarks and guidance to the commission regarding the matters we are going to vote on this evening in reference to this. Before I open it up, I'd ask Mr. Lanier, the petitioner, if he has any comments. You or go legal first.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So as you often see, is it that better? Okay. So in development and land use cases, you often see projects come before you numerous times. And you see them in both of your functions as the quasi judicial planning and zoning commission and as your regular function as a commission. So you have to remember how you're acting on that for that given issue. So I'm going to start with what's not before you this evening, and that is the development agreement that was amended last year in April, and it had several conditions. And then if they were not met by the commission's direction, then that agreement automatically terminated. Two of those conditions were not met, the financing and the management agreement. So that automatically terminated, but that is not what you're hearing tonight. You're not doing it in your role in that role. You are in your role as a quasi judicial board, and you are deciding the planning and zoning issues that are before you. You would have heard this last month, but there was a storm, and so the meetings were postponed. So for force majeure, this is being heard this evening, and you are only deciding the issue of if this is an acceptable plan that you have before you. And I will let Mr. Hand speak to the specifics of that and what was decided.
Please, Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, legal counsel. So again, this is a preliminary and final development plan for what we'll call Reardon Redevelopment 2.0. This is a second iteration of the same redevelopment. It is different than the first one. I would also note that the City Planning Commission earlier this month did approve a plat regarding to this project 2023-041 by the Planning Commission. This new updated preliminary and final development plan removes all of the part of the project that previously included the site of the downtown Kansas City, Kansas Community College. That's one of the reasons why they had to come back through. It also removed a parking garage, so that change in access also triggered a preliminary and final plan review again. This one's a little bit bigger, 100 units, 7,000 square feet of retail, 7,500 square feet of conference center. This is in the downtown area plan. Staff received support, no opposition. There are no notice of violation on the property. Staff reviews Planning Commission recommends approval with conditions, including the mixed-use design guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. I'll now ask the applicant or the representative to present their application. And I'll need your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Willie Lanier, Leawood, Kansas, please. Here for the Reardon Center redevelopment project. I've been in front of your board several times in the past, and I appreciate the opportunity to come once again. As you heard, we are here seeking approval of a plan zoning change for this parcel. that would allow it to be for mixed-use redevelopment. Also, as you heard, we do not have a current developers agreement. We did ask for an extension back in January, as we knew we were making our way through the planning process. We were given 9 months to the day from the time that we received approval back in April 2023. With the 9 months, our consultants re-engaged approximately 3 to 4 months after that approval, and then took approximately 3 to 4 months in working on the information that you'll see on the screen tonight, architectural and engineering. We actually missed our October submission date by about 2.5 weeks. So we ended up submitting in November, which would have put us on the planning commission calendar on January 8th, 2024. At such time, there was a snowstorm and that meeting was canceled. Although in the fall of 2023, we realized that we would probably not make the deadline date due to the fact of the schedule and the way the meetings were set up and the amount of significant architectural and engineering work that had to be done to go through a planning process. If you haven't done it, you should sometime, because it's a significant amount of work that's required just to have standing to submit the application. We did ask for an extension of days, not changing of the terms, but we did ask for an extension of days in January to get to this point, February 29th, and then to complete our financing. I would tell you that the banking community is not friendly today when it comes to the interest rates, the inflation, all the things that you know of. But in October, when we knew we were behind, we doubled down and we continued working, believing that there would be at least good faith to understand that we did not sit on our hands. And we went to work and we submitted a proper application, worked with Governor Hand and his staff to do the things that we should do. So right now, this project, you can please go to the next rendering if possible there. This is consistent with what we have said in the past. And as you heard, we made the project larger at no request of anyone but for myself to provide more housing downtown. So this project, it will be an L-shaped building similar to everything you've seen in the past. It's taller, but it's an L-shaped building with 7,000 square feet of commercial square footage on the Minnesota side of the building, which will house a coffee shop, sandwich shop, and so forth, as well as other commercial uses. We intend to have studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedroom units, consistent with everything you've heard in the past. We have first class materials in this project, and we look to activate the street. In addition to that, if you can continue to the next slide, please. There. The next slide will show a newly imagined conference center. And I want to tell you that when you see this conference center has had a lot of discussion. It's right size. We used that term in the past, right size for the hotel, which has 150 rooms at the hotel. So the typical large group that would come in for the conference center would be about 200, 225 people. However, this conference center can hold up to 300, 325 at table rounds and up to 500 in theater style. The reason you see a lot of glass on this rendering here is because I was in Chicago a year ago and I saw a building that caught my eye, and it was an event space. And I said, well, that'll be great if we can figure out how to mirror an event space to bring a high quality, high technology, first class building to downtown KCK. And I came back and I spoke to the architects who were right here for NSPJ and my development partner, program manager at Zimmer Realty. How can we do something that would be creative for this community and draw business across from KCMO? So we tried our best to come up with a concept that would have a lot of glass, that have a cool factor to it and so forth. So that will sit mid-block between State Avenue and Minnesota. along the sidewalk breezeway that cuts between the two streets. The sidewalk will go north and south. So our intent is to be a positive participant in the downtown corridor. We want to bring housing so that there's a lot of people, hungry people to shop at the grocery store. We want to do those things accordingly. So we're here seeking approval of a plan mission, a plan and zoning change for the mixed use development of the Ridden Center. And I think that would be the extent of my comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Lanier. I'll now open the.
Could I say one more thing, please? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir, please.
In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. We hope to continue working with the UG to at least ask and receive an extension of time. The extension of time would be only for the purposes of completing financing. We really couldn't do a lot of financial discussions until we got final approval on zoning to say that we really have a real job here, but we clearly have gone through the process of what it takes to do development work. We did have a athletic field that the Kansas Community College actually took our field away. And that was one reason that we had to go back and spend the money to do a new plan. In addition to that, we had a small parking garage under our building that we didn't need anymore because we had the BPU parking garage that we're leasing space from. So we've been here trying to work. We did get a notice of a termination in January, but we knew that we were on the calendar for these public meetings, and we chose to continue with what we were already in process, hoping that we can at least speak to you all and have you decide where you want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lanier. I will now open the subject to public hearing and ask the clerk if we've received any direct notification for public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present here this evening who would care to speak in favor of this item? And if so, please come to the podium, state your name and address. You will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem Burrows, and community members. My name is Rita York-Henneke. I'm the General Manager of the Merck Co-op at 501 Minnesota Avenue. I would like to speak in support of the Lanier project. When our co-op began negotiations in 2018, the UG was fully committed to the downtown master plan that was created with input from the community. This roadmap provided potential businesses like ours with a vision of what downtown KCK could become. There was a promise of growth and positive transformation. Then the pandemic hit and all that came to a halt, yet we still opened our doors. And as you know, the grocery store sales have not reached market study projections yet. We continue to work hard, engage the community, and offer the best grocery experience we can. Yet, without the foot traffic and the sales volume that was projected, the future of the downtown grocery store is at stake. Like many of us here tonight, we have not given up on the vision of a vibrant downtown KCK. Thankfully, Mr. Lanier has not given up on this plan. This development is one of the most encouraging and mutually beneficial prospects for us. We absolutely need more residents living, working, and gathering downtown. Grocery stores can't survive next to empty buildings, and they don't often thrive next to rarely used convention centers. Grocery stores need neighbors, rooftops, and retail synergy. Willie Lanier's plan is exactly what our community needs to get downtown development back on track and exactly what our store needs to continue future operations. On behalf of our community-owned grocery store, I urge each of you to use your voice and your vote to clear the path and make the Lanier development proceed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Laura Marsh, also at 501 Minnesota Avenue. I'm the marketing director for the Merck Co-op. I have lived here in KCK and I work from this location here downtown. Co-ops are based on values not unlike those that we subscribe to as individuals: social responsibility, education, and a commitment to community. Part of our mission is to embody those values, which we try to demonstrate in many ways. We've been happy to welcome nearly 75 local organizations to our community room and our commissary kitchen. We host neighborhood association meetings, yoga classes, class reunion planning committees and town halls. Local producers making their own products like pies, sauces, chamoy, cookies. We host nutrition classes and with partners like El Centro and New Roots and KU Med. We host vaccine clinics with Heartland International. We've partnered with the KCK Farmers Market for the last 3 seasons and are excited to be able to increase access to those local foods. Through our Register Roundup program, we've been able to support organizations with unrestricted funding like the Hub Argentine, Groundwork Energy, Project Rally, and KC Healthy Kids. We are fortunate to work alongside and host so many organizations and individuals with such a deep commitment to this community, and we want the opportunity to continue to grow those partnerships. This potential development that it holds in revitalizing the downtown area can't be understated. It will not only create additional employment opportunities, foster further economic growth, and address the need for more housing options. By increasing foot traffic and attracting more businesses and innovation to the area, we can build on the momentum of so much work that this community already does and has been doing. We need development for our store and for downtown to thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you will vote for approval.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Williams, 626 Everett, Kansas City, Kansas. Proud new member of the Turtle Hill Association. I am here 1 scarf, 3 hats. My first hat is as a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. My second is I am an employee of the First Baptist Church located at 500 Nebraska, just north of the Merck. And as of December, I have been elected as the president of the board of the Merck. I'm very happy to stand here as a proud Kansas City, Kansan. What I am very much in support of this because I see all the development around us. And like I said, I came back into the community. We got to do something. And I have been dedicated for the last 4 months since I moved back here to make sure that the Merck is a substantial grocery store for the people and by the people. And we are going to, we've developed a council, advisory council, because I want to know why y'all don't like us. I want to know why our numbers are going down. I'm serious about our growth in our community. I'm serious about the development of the people in our community, because once we start making it look good, the people are going to start feeling good. That's my belief. I had to leave the town to start feeling good. I'm bringing it back here. I feel good about Kansas City, Kansas. We are, the Merck is right there at the gateway. It's a beautiful store. If you haven't been in, please go. Let me know. I'll give you a certificate for $5 off. No, I'm just playing. But I just want you to know, I am in support of this as a resident, as an employee, and as a leader for the Merck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Story Rowan, and I am a board member of the Merck and also a member of First Baptist Church at 500 Nebraska. There's a story about dry bones that speaks of hopelessness, despair, pitiful and bad conditions. We have a chance with the Willie Lanier Project to change and make those dry bones come to life. I'm seeking your support to make this vision come true by approving and supporting this project. Opportunities like this don't come very often. Now is the time for new life and to move forward and make this happen. Please approve this project. Thank you very much.
Good evening, distinguished guests, community members, and fellow advocates for progress and sustainability in Kansas City, Kansas.
Sir,
Yes,
we need your name and address, please.
I'm about to tell you right now. My name is Dion Witten, 1057 Laurel Avenue, and I'm deeply honored to stand before you as a committed member of the board of the Merck Co-op. serving in the capacity as treasurer. My roots in this vibrant community run deep, not only as a lifelong resident, but also through my work as an educator, coach, and youth advocate within the KCK district and greater community. Beyond my roles in education and community service, my wife and I have opened our home to young men transitioning out of foster care. Each of these roles has instilled in us a dedication and betterment to our community, especially in addressing the critical needs of our most vulnerable population. Tonight, I'm here to discuss an initiative of paramount importance to our community, the Lanier Project. This visionary development represents a beacon of hope and progress for KCK, especially in terms of economic revitalization and social impact. But what makes this project truly transformative is its symbiotic relationship with the Merck Co-op, a cornerstone of our downtown area and a crucial resource in the heart of a food desert. The Merck Co-op, as many of you know, is more than just a grocery store. It is a lifeline for our community, providing access to healthy, affordable food in an area where such essentials are scarce. The stabilization and success of the Merck Co-op are critical, not only for our physical health, but for our community's economic and social well-being. The Lanier Project, with its comprehensive approach to development, enhances this stabilization through increased foot traffic, economic activity, and community engagement. Supporting the Lanier Project means recognizing the interconnectedness of our community's needs. It means understanding that economic development and access to healthy food are not separate issues, but are intertwined elements essential for the holistic betterment of our community. The Lanier Project represents an opportunity to address these needs, collectively creating a ripple effect of positive change across KCK. The economic impact of the Lanier Project cannot be overstated. By attracting new businesses, creating jobs, and stimulating investment in our downtown area, the project promises to uplift our community in ways that extend far beyond its immediate footprint.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute?
Yes.
I got you.
Okay.
This economic revitalization is crucial for fostering an environment where initiatives like the Merck can thrive and expand their reach. But perhaps most importantly, the Lanier Project and Merck Co-op together symbolize a commitment to social equity and sustainability. By supporting these initiatives, we are taking a stand for the future where every resident in KCK has access to the resources they need to live healthy, prosperous lives. We are investing in a future where our community is defined not by the challenges we face, but by the innovative, collaborative solutions we embrace. In closing, I urge each of you to support the Lanier Project, not just as a standalone development, but as a vital piece of a larger puzzle in the revitalization and the sustainability of downtown KCK. Let us come together as a community to support this project, understanding that its success is our success. Together, we can create a brighter, more equitable future for all of our residents. Thank you.
My name is Pastor Cedric Rowan of First Baptist Church, 500 Nebraska. I stand before you every time this has come to whatever session committee we've had for almost 3 years now, 4 years, it seems like it. I can't recall, but after listening to the representatives of the Merck, I don't know what else I can add other than let's do this. I think that you as elected officials have a duty, responsibility to hear and to weigh out issues and concerns. But I do think it's important for us to be progressive. Not everyone will say yes, some will say no, but movement is necessary. Stymie and being static is not the place we need to be. I believe the project presented to us will give us a downtown area that's exciting. With the community college development, will bring vitality and life to an area. I'll end with this. My grandmother lived right down the street on 5th Street. I used to cut through the alleyway. I used to go to McDonald's up here and get my little hamburger and French fries and Guaranteed Bank the first of every month so she could deposit her pension check. It was a vibrant community. I've been at this church 14 years. It's time. I would encourage us to be cooperative and work. Development projects, I know very well, can be touchy, as you know as well. Mr. Lear stated financing has been an issue. We all know what the pandemic has done. We understand that. But let's not cut ourselves off at the knees. I said I was going to be done yet, but I'll share this with you. Our city needs to move forward. I used to always say, I feel like sometimes we're late to the party. The lights are turned out and the DJ has gone home. Let's be first. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Greg Kendall, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of KCK. I want to really echo the comments that have come before me, just with a couple of additional ones. One, we've consistently supported Willie Lanier's project from the get-go as a way to bring additional investments to the downtown, a way to bring housing to the downtown, to bring commercial activity to the downtown, to support the Merc, and to continue to put investment in our downtown. This is in fact part of the entryway to the downtown community. There are no other projects currently looking at this site. Today it sits there boarded up. And if we don't make some decisions about whether we're going to support the project or not, then it will likely sit there just as it is in time for the World Cup. So for all of the conversation about whether Mr. Lanier has met his timeframes or not, the reality is we don't have anybody standing behind him. And to my knowledge, there's no bucket of money within the unified government to unboard up that facility. I don't see any reason why or anything to be lost, frankly, as a community. If we go ahead and extend some additional time, continue to work with Mr. Lanier. If another project comes forward, fine. If we want to issue an RFP to redevelop that site, then by all means. But the reality is there aren't any other choices right now. We did not ask Mr. Lanier to come forward with this project. But by the same token, we had also not invested in that facility in many, many years, not to any full extent. We barely kept the doors open for a very long time. Any of us that were going to some of the events there know that we were turning the lights down to make sure that the wallpaper on the walls looked a little bit more interesting, but we didn't really want to turn the lights up on it. The reality is it's even worse today. It's had almost 4-5 years of having little to no investment. I think that the best we could do, the gentleman has been fairly transparent and open with all of us about what his plans are, how he wants to move forward. We kind of stymied him quite a little bit there for a bit. And the reality is, I don't know what else we would do right now other than to demolish it. You own it. So if you're not going to support Mr. Lanier, then we should at least buck up some money to knock it down, because it looks like a terrible eyesore and it will not look any better in time for the World Cup. So for all the things we're talking about doing, at least for the sake of the community, let's move on with this location and make a decision. That's my perspective. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Is there anyone else who will speak in favor of this item that's present this evening? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
We have CC online. You'll need to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Cece Mank. I live in Wyandotte County, and I just got some questions. So, is it true that 55 million from the UG was invested into this project with Mr. Lanier? Is it 100% tax abatement? And is there a development agreement so that we know what really is going to be built on this property?
Ms. Mank, we're not here to engage. We're here to hear either you're in opposition.
Okay, well, I'm going to, well, then my comments go out to the room. We want to know, and this is not to the board, but these are the questions you should ask, because our taxes go up every time y'all spend money on something. Every time somebody gets a free tax abatement or anything, our taxes go up, our utility rates go up and everything. So I'm wanting the community to come forward and make yourselves known. Are we getting a free, is this project getting a free tax abatement? And if so, we're going to be paying those taxes.
Ms. Mank, are you
I'm
in support
done.
or
I'm done.
are you in support or in opposition?
I'm in support of anything that is not going to cost us money.
Okay.
I'm in support of development all the way around, but I feel like it should come out of somebody else's pocket, because Wyandotte County's paying enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else
No other hands.
virtually?
No other hands are raised.
Has there been any notification from the public who wish to express comments in opposition to this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show no one is stepping forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
We have Louise Lynch online. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Louise Lynch, Kansas City, Kansas. I would have to say to oppose this approval put it on hold. I think the right thing to do is there should be a meeting with the community. To just spring this on us without all the intricate details is wrong. So if you can't approve it, you don't want to deny it, put it on hold and the requirement that he meet with the community. We have lots of questions. One of my questions that I would like to have answered, because I remember back in April, there was a problem there. There were not enough disability accommodations. I want to know how many of these units are going to be for the disability accommodations for visual disability and mobility disability. And when you talk about a conference center putting 325 people in round tables, is that with people being able to get through that are in wheelchairs, mobility scooters, other big equipment, or is this just put us out? There last time there wasn't that accommodation. And if that has not changed, the answer is, oh, blank, no. But he needs to meet with the community. Besides not having the financing in hand before coming this far is a problem for me. I understand the Merck is a place to shop and a good place, and I appreciate that. But all of the reasons I heard from many of these people, because no one else is doing this, that we should do it, or, talked about, didn't have enough money. It sounded to me to sound like excuses that Trump is using with the courts why he shouldn't pay his money owed for the things that he was being charged with. We need to have good answers. Our prices have gone up on all of our fees, which is a whole nother issue, but we're not getting any answers. And so I say if you don't want to deny this, put this on hold and have him meet with all of the people in the community and have it announced.
1 minute
This should
remaining.
not be a surprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else virtually would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No other hands are raised.
Great. I will now close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments?
Oh, thank you, Willie Lanier. Once again, I would like to take this time to formally thank each and every one of you for your work over the past couple of years. It's been a tough journey, and we all can have our own stories. We can tell you that when it comes to architectural design, it is very black and white in terms of what is required in order to achieve a building permit. We have design projects and properties that meet all ADA compliance. That goes without being said. You can not get a building permit if you aren't within compliance at such time, which is why you have plan review and so forth. So it is something that we take very seriously, and you just have to conform to that. I wanted to at least point that out for you as well. But ultimately, we are here in the face of some headwinds that made us have to go back and redo a planning and zoning application. We did that. We did our responsibility. We're doing what developers do, methodically blocking and tackling here. There is times where you need more time, i.e. the UG chose to cancel a meeting because of weather. It was therefore a time extension happened in order for me to get to this point, which you should have saw me back in January. There were things that just happen when it comes to development and the process of development. And it's very important to understand those things, but judge me on one thing, maybe two. I've been consistent. I've been open. I'm gonna do more than two. And the reality is that when it comes in front of this board, I want you to understand that we have put our resources on the table. We have spoken to many financial partners, and we have gotten them interested. But Liberty Bank, let me tell you that Liberty Bank, an African-American bank in this community that used to be called Douglas Bank. It was acquired by Liberty Bank. I've told this committee years ago that we put a substantial amount of deposit into this bank, and they were now going to participate as for one of our lending partners. So this will be the first time they're able to do commercial lending in this community. So please, thank you very much for this effort, and we hope to get your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Lanier. Do any members of the commission that I have any questions or comments? Oh, here we go. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have some questions of Mr. Lanier, if I can.
Is it about the direction of the preliminary and final development plan?
Well, I think my problem is I was elected in November, and 2 days later is the first thing I know about this. I've never seen any preliminary plans. I've never seen any. This thing is in my district. And, I think there ought to be more consistent things going on with this plan that apparently in the past hasn't, from what I'm gathering. I don't know. I just have issues with it. I was never contacted by Mr. Lanier since November about this. I would have thought if I had a project, I would have sure tried to get a hold of the commissioners that weren't sitting on the board before that heard him.
Sir, may I
Yes.
comment? You're absolutely correct that you and I have not spoken. And I do not want you to take that as a slight. What I want you to understand is that we have been diligently working with staff through the planning department on the process of going through the planning and zoning efforts. And there's been a lot of engagement with the unified government. On top of that, we knew that ultimately we would get to you. So at such time, we did not seek to deal with many of the commissioners, and many commissioners can contest that we were just had our head down doing what we do. So I will formally apologize if we should have got to you earlier. We apologize for that, but I can tell you that we've been doing the work that it took to get standing and get to this point. So I've always been open and accessible, but we did drop the ball on that, and we apologize for that.
Well, have you got any a letter of support from the Reardon family?
The Reardon family, and working with the unified government, when we first put this deal together, the unified government received communication and support, and the unified government, as far as the development agreement, said the family would like to see the center stay with the same name. Do not change the name. And that's part of my development agreement that I executed and agreed to. But when I came to bear, unified government had a direct relationship with the Reardon family. They took those comments and placed them into the developers agreement. And that was, please do not change the name. And I committed to not doing that.
Have you contacted the people on Strawberry Hill, which would be a close neighbor of this?
We have been on the street for a long time. We've had several open meetings. We've had two planning process, which we have to send out communications and ask for participation and so forth. We've had, so we have done a lot of outreach, especially since we had to do this project over again. There's been a lot of information about this project in various news media and so forth, but we have definitely had communications around the whole site from the north to the south. Obviously, there's not much going to the east, but with our neighbors to the west, I can't tell you how many, but I do know that we've been in contact and touched many people over the past couple of years.
Okay.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Couple of comments, really. fully support the Merck. I want to be on record with that. I actually joined the co-op before we had finished all of our formal votes, and then was advised that maybe I shouldn't have done that. And so then I had to contact the Merck and ask them to hold my membership until we were done voting as an elected body. And I shopped there, and I really appreciate being able to have that grocery store. And I appreciate the comments that you brought here tonight. I appreciate the synergy that could exist with this project and the Merck Co-op downtown. And I really want to see our downtown have things like your apartment project and our beautiful grocery store. And I support this plan review application. I need to understand from staff, legal most likely, if we were to approve the development plan, preliminary and final development plan, it says, what is the next step for us? Because I think where I'm having a disconnect is, as Chief Counsel Angela has told us, tonight we're in our quasi judicial role, basically deciding a planning and zoning matter, which has nothing to do with the development agreement. And so were we to approve this, what is the next step for Mr. Lanier and the unified government to bring a project like this to reality? I need more clarity around that. But I want to state for the record that I support the item that's in front of us tonight. Thank you.
Yes, you stated it correctly, Commissioner. This is the planning and zoning piece, the project plan. It does not resurrect the development agreement. So if this is approved tonight, it is not a green flag to move forward. You know, there are several different things that could happen. The unified government could choose to re-engage. They could choose not to re-engage. There could be an RFP or Q, and Mr. Lanier could apply to that. So there are several options after this evening, which is probably not the definitive answer you wanted, but that's where it is.
Are you done? Commissioner King?
Thank you. I think the first thing you should do is sit down with Mr. Burns and the at-large commissioner and sit down and go through your plan. And I've been in his boat before where when you get here, nobody talks to me because you're new. And he was here when the Reardon Center way back when, so he knows more about that than all of us. And I am happy. Chuck and I were just Commissioner Stites and I were just talking about making sure that you named the center, the Reardon Center. And I'm slightly confused in how we're here and why we're doing this, but we've had a lot of folks come in here and bring outside contractors to perform the work on the buildings that people are getting tax breaks on. So, you know, we have MBE, WB, and LBE, but we also need to make sure that you need to bring as many local contractors as possible. We would prefer union contractors, but if you're getting some of the benefit from what Wyandotte County is giving you, we would also like to see the people that they're building these projects are local people. Do you have a comment on that?
Oh, no, I concur with that. You know, I've been loud and proud. Let me tell you this, I've been loud and proud that any local minority women business participation number, I would exceed. I don't even know what they were when I'm saying these statements. I do know that I was going to give jobs to people in this community. I was going to try to train people on how to do construction activities. Not just that the construction activities be, 20 miles away to the west and so forth. I've been saying a long time, sir, what I will do. what I would do, and I'm willing to put that in writing and so forth. So the point is that I hear you loud and clear. I've said this is a local job, it's a local project, local people need a benefit and for it and so forth. I think at times it's not believable.
Well, I will tell you that 20 miles away is my district, and I'm glad that we've had a lot of growth out there. But if you need apprentices to build your project, we have an apprenticeship program.
And I support your district as well. I think I'm just referencing to the fact that people might not have transportation and so forth and to get to different jobs. So it's not a slight to anything other than trying to make jobs more accessible with economic development and so forth. Thank you.
Yeah. Finished. Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Davis.
Boy, it has been a long time coming. First thing I do want to say and concur, yes, Mr. Lanier, please do meet with Commissioner Burns. I've been in that situation before as a new commissioner and you're kind of catching up. I think just that understanding that relationship will be very, very important. I just a few questions for you, Mr. Lanier, just getting to this point, right? When we talk about the project, can you just give us a ballpark of your investment thus far?
It's been widely reported. I have almost $1 million in this project.
Almost $1 million.
$1 million
Can you
in this
put that mic
project.
up just a little bit, just so folks can
It's
hear.
been widely reported that I got about close to $1 million in this project.
Okay.
And so forth.
Okay. And then there's no secret. I've been a very big advocate for developers of color and for women and for other folks who are marginalized to have an opportunity to come and build in our community. We do not see a lot of developers of color, a lot of Black developers specifically investing. And so, Mr. Lanier, what has been, just give us a brief synopsis. What has been your experience getting access to financing for this particular project?
Thank you very much. I need to say that when we started this project, this is a relatively easy project. We had interest rates at 3%. We then went into COVID. We had that stagnation period. We followed by supply chain issues that created rising cost, followed by a termination of the developer's agreement. And the project was halted. And we all know a lot about how we got to that point.
Sure, yeah.
Halted for 1.5 years. We stayed the course because I told you on day one, I said, I'm here. I didn't pick my ball up and go home. Since then, after we were successful in coming back, we had rising interest rates. Well, actually, excuse me, we had inflation followed by rising interest rates. And we said, in order for this project to be valuable for this community, you can't bring downtown KC Mo rents across the river. You got to keep these rents attainable. And therefore, when you have attainable rents and rising input costs across the board, the project performers get very thin. But you need to find bankers who appreciate deals that aren't the most profitable deals. So today with 7% interest rates, rising costs, we put a lot of time and effort to try to design a building that will allow us to at least mitigate some of those efforts. We've had a lot of bank partners over the years. Some of the biggest names in the city, best names in the city, have chosen to pass, but they will invest in many, many other places. We have a few that are ready to go. But at the same time, I have a lot of strong relationships with these banks and they're ready to go. But candidly, they want to make sure that when they tee up a lot of effort, a lot of document prep, a lot of everything, there's going to be a deal on the back end.
Sure. Yeah.
And right now we were still going through the planning process. There's certain things that have to be done in order for your partners to step up. So right now, sir, I would say to you that in the face of those 4 items that I just mentioned, and being today, If we can walk out of here with an approval, if we can sit with the unified government and do nothing more than just extend my dates. I'm not asking for more money. That's not something that I can come back to you on. I had to figure out how to be a developer and build something for better cost. So yes, it has been a deal that's been relatively harder than what it was, but it's very much doable today, which is why we're still spending money to say that we can do this for this community.
Yeah. So over $1 million invested. I think that's very, very important for our community to know. You're not just coming in kind of pie in the sky idea. You're very, very much invested and have been committed for quite some time. I'll just make some other kind of general statements here. The Reardon Center is currently owned by the unified government. There was a comment earlier that said, you know, we want to make sure tax breaks and all that stuff. Well, right now, the building is sitting empty. And quite frankly, it is a money sucker. It is taking money out of the budget because when you own something, you can only maintain it, right? And right now it's boarded up and there's nothing going on there. There's no revenue being generated. Under this development agreement and under this project, we would now see money coming into the UG coffers. And so I want to make that very, very clear as we have this conversation. I will also say to folks at the Merck, I hope that we see you all throughout this process because this is not the end. We would need to go through a committee. We would need to go through full commission right back in this room, hopefully sooner rather than later, to see a new development agreement. So if that is what you want, you will have to hustle. I would recommend you all meet with your commissioner as well. Commissioner Burns, meet with us, get other folks aware and engaged because it is going to take the entire community to support this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mr. Lanier.
Hello. How are you?
I'm optimistic. First, I would like to thank all of the members and individuals connected with the Merck who came out here tonight because you didn't have to. And since you took the time, I want to call out the names of everyone who spoke. Congratulations again, and thank you for coming, Ms. Henneke, Ms. Marsh, Ms. Williams, congratulations on your new position as the board, president of the board. Ms. Rowan, in your capacity in connection with the Merck and also as First Lady of First Baptist at 5th and Quindaro, Nebraska. Thank you. And also Reverend Rowan. I didn't know if he was going to speak or not, but I wanted to let him know I saw you and I thank you for your support. I hope I'm not leaving anybody out. Mr. Witt, thank you. Forgive me for not recognizing you at first, but yes, from your work there at the Merck and as a proud resident of the historic Parkwood neighborhood. Anyone else who didn't speak, who came, thank you. Your support is so necessary and vital, and I appreciate that you came. People talk about the food desert in the Northeast area. I have been on this commission long enough to know how difficult and how close we came back in the 2014s, the 2016s to try to get a grocery store. We're almost there and we're had the legs pulled out under us. But the Merck, who before their presence here on Minnesota was in, and still is, up at KU territory in Lawrence. And I had to drive up there to see what it was. And their product lines and pricing look a little bit different, but they came here and they engaged the community. And all these years later, they have continued to do what they said they were going to do. You go in that store, it's clean. The appearance is fresh, the vegetables, the produce. They have been really responsive to the neighborhood who said, we want to see these products line and we need these price points. And they have done what they said they were going to do, and I appreciate them, and thank you. There is a symbiotic relationship to be achieved to the betterment of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas downtown by their continued existence and Mr. Lanier's project. Grocery store needs people to patronize it. Mr. Lanier's project, aside from other things, gives those people a place to live. We've heard some of the residents talk tonight about not having enough housing. That's what this project brings at market rate and at work rate. I'm not using the right term. You can tell me, Mr. Lanier. Workforce rates. I appreciate that. It also will have some impact, I believe, on the hotel right there. And I believe it was, let's see, Mr. Kendall, who talked about what is coming to the greater Kansas City area in 2026. We need to be positioning ourselves now to take advantage of any overflow, to encourage people to come across I-70 and patronize our businesses here, be in our hotels, and have adequate housing for people who may want to make Kansas City, Kansas home. This is what Mr. Lanier's project offers. And again, I've been here long enough to remember when he first came and talk about a new housing opportunity. And initially, there wasn't going to be, as I recall, a place to replace Wyandotte Center. And he jumped on that. It was important, I thought, that the Wyandotte family be engaged, which they were. So you've already said you're going to get with the commissioner in district, which is vital to make sure that he and anybody else who may be new to the commission have a thorough understanding. But I want to make it clear that over the last, this is 24, over the last 4 years, there have been numerous public engagements about this project. And I would recommend that anyone go back. One that I can clearly recall was the Economic and Development Standing Committee of April of 2023, when this project, Mr. Lanier's project, was moved out of committee after much discussion and much detail in terms of what the project was going to provide, look like. So that's the benefit that came in 2013 of putting these public meetings on television. So it's out there. I'm going to volunteer our outstanding Madam Clerk in her office. They can help you find it. She's giving me the side eye, but they would be more than willing to help to give people background. If this goes forward, if Mr. Lanier's project goes forward, there will be other public meetings as we're here today. So that's never been a problem. Again, going back to the Merck, I wanted to say that while we talk about food deserts, I want people to know how important it is to highlight the oasis in the desert that the Merck is. So let's support the oasis that we have already in there. And I will also say that in early, I believe it was early 22, there was a request by Mr. Lanier to have this put on an agenda, the continuation of the discussion of the deal of his development agreement. And for some reason, And but for the delay of this body, interest rates were a heck of a lot lower. Now, I didn't do all the homework I planned to do, but you can Google what the interest rates were in January of 22, and it took until April of 2023 for his project to come back to us. Can you imagine what the numbers have done interest rate wise in that time? So there may be a struggle, but I'm gonna go old school, Mr. Lanier. Johnny Taylor was from here, and I believe in you. And I'm hoping that others here will agree at a later time. This is not the forum, but to move this project on, having it back in the appropriate forum that all of us can discuss and move forward on an amended agreement. So I appreciate that you have come to Wyandotte County. When you didn't have to, someone, it may have been Mr. Kendall again, has said the obvious. People are not breaking down our doors on the northeast end to do this type of development. And so without giving you another opportunity, another opportunity to move forward together, I think it would be just insulting to even consider an RFP. That is not the time. We have a ready, willing, capable individual before us who can do this. So I believe in you, and I hope my fellow commissioners will give you the opportunity at the appropriate time to take this under advisement. So
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate those comments. I wanted to let you guys know I chose this community. There's been many other places I could have gone in and so forth around this city. I chose the community, and I've tried to put everything on the line so you know who I am, how I think, and what I do. I can tell you without having an economic development director, that's been somewhat hard. There's some agreements that I don't have that I've just been made aware of between the hotel and the UG that have just been presented to me by Peachtree Hospitality Group. There's some commitments that should have been provided to me a long time ago when it comes to incorporating them into my developers agreement. So the key right now is that it's hard. It's been hard. It's been hard not having personnel. It's hard doing downtown urban development for a lot of reasons that you don't see in other parts of the community of the city. You know, so it's either lack of personnel, interest rates, whatever it is. I've learned this community and being in Wyandotte County is you have a fight in your blood. Okay, that's what you got. And so right now I'm trying to echo that same sentiment. It's just like I'm on the Oscars right now. I'm getting the music starting to play, Commissioner Burrows right there.
Yeah,
So
Mr.
I'll be
Lanier, we
quiet.
need to get to the subject matter. It's one thing to have the history and discuss the what ifs. We have business before us
That's correct.
tonight that we need to conclude.
That's correct.
And I do have one other speaker, and then we'll take the action.
Yes.
Dr. Hill.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, say thank you for acknowledging Commissioner Burns. We're excited that you all will have those conversations in the future. And I want to say in regards to the Merck and First Baptist Church, I'm so excited you are here on tonight. As you know, I'm at the Merck way too much, and I just love the Merck. I'm a regular customer, and I've turned my family into being regular customers, and they live on the Missouri side. So we are excited about Merck and this opportunity with this particular project. I too am in favor of the preliminary and final development plan and excited for the vision, the possibilities that you bring to this community. I'm just actually very excited. What goes on in my head is a vision of a beautiful gateway coming into Wyandotte County. Right now, when I walk through there and drive through there, the building in great disrepair is very discouraging and despairing. I think too often we have the broken window complex. And so it's time to fix broken windows. So thank you.
I do want to remind the body that this was on the consent calendar. And for clarification, the development agreement has expired. And we're discussing a different part as our judiciary responsibilities are. So I do want to remind the body of that. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This gave me an opportunity to reread my writing, and if I did not call Ms. Williams' name as a speaker with the Merck, I wanted to do that again, and thank you. I move to accept the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Committee and approve this item.
David second.
Yeah, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So I know that we're getting ready to vote, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to speak about this. Mr. Lanier, when you first came in front of the governing body, I wasn't a commissioner. What was the initial vote for your project? How did it go?
Commissioner, every vote that's ever been had on this project has been unanimous, be it at standing committee or board of commissioners.
And that was a previous commission that I wasn't on. And then you came back and we addressed it again. And how was that vote?
Unanimous, sir.
So 2 times, 2 different commissions voted unanimously to approve your project and wanted to see the vision through, right? For how many months was it that you tried to get on the agenda and were denied?
16.
16 months.
Sir.
16 months. And we're going to try to hold a guy that's trying to build something in downtown that to support what we as a commission and our mayor has said that we want housing for downtown. We want workforce housing. We want to see people be able to have attainable housing, support the Merck. But for 16 months, we kept him off an agenda and now we're going to penalize him. I think it's insulting to think that we would send out an RFP, RFQ, RF anything. You know what? Your development agreement date needs to be extended as currently formatted, and then we'll address it. That's my opinion. And I think that us just standing here right now and that it should have been extended. And I know that this process right now would have had to happen anyway, right? It had been voted on because of the storm event. But I sure hope this doesn't fall behind the cracks and it goes 16 more months to get back on the agenda. I totally support the project. You mentioned economic development director. Well, it's awful hard for a developer to work with the unified government and we don't even have a director for you to contact. How long have we been out of an economic development director? I don't know. Probably about time we get one. We got, what's it cost us to maintain the current Reardon Center monthly? I'd like to know. Does any staff member have that number? What's it cost?
I was told it costs $100,000 annually, sir.
$100,000 that we throw away. When was the last time that this event, this Reardon Center held an event? Can anybody help me with that one?
Fireman calling, yes.
And I don't know, I went for a month. How about a year?
It's over 5 years, sir.
5 years, right? Mr. Kendall spoke. How many developers do we have that's coming here and saying, I want to build there? Man, I can't wait till Mr. Lanier's project fails so I can jump in there and build something. 0. Totally support, and I'm supportive of the moving this thing forward tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Lanier, thank you. Okay. Come to that time. Council, could you guide us one more time? It's been a lengthy discussion in reference to Mr. Lanier's issue. Could you please guide us one more time?
Yes, before you is the approval of the preliminary and final development plan, which was previously approved by the city planning commission. And then you are to decide that based on the factors to be considered in your packet, starting on page 3. As you would any other matter.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I'd entertain a motion.
We made a motion.
You had one. Oh, you have one?
Yeah.
Who was the second? Oh, second. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a little while. Okay, clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns,
No.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
No.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
6-2. Vote is 6-2. The motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Yeah, we're going into the ordinance. We're gonna try to do it all in one time. Fellow commission members, the ordinances have already been there was a motion and a second to have already been through the consent. So I believe we'll need to take roll call on that consent or.
No, I would have a new motion on these that you could do, since they've already been previously approved. The commission could choose to do items D1 through D10 as one vote.
Did we understand that motion? So if somebody would make a motion to accept items D1 through D10, we can do it as a consent items because they were already approved once before. We just need to revisit.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Davis. I move to accept the items D1 through D10.
Townsend second.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Vote is 8-0. The motion carries.
Okay, committee, that takes us to our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. So the first item up, Madam Clerk, please.
We have two companion items. The first one is change of zone application COZ 2023-032 Ashley Meek. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District to operate an agro-tourism business at 3921 North 51st Street. Recommended for approval with a vote of 7-1. We also have a special use permit to operate the agro-tourism business at 3921 North 51st Street, recommended for approval for 2 years with a vote of 7-1.
Thank you. I'll ask staff, please make some opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, as the clerk mentioned, this change of zone is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2023-112. The special use permit is for the campground portion of the proposal. The change of zone would address all other agricultural related uses. I would note that off a different access road, but nearby, there is a similar agro-tourism use. So it is not uncommon in this area. This is in the Plant KCK area in the North Midtown neighborhood. We have received letters in support, no opposition. There are some older notices of violation, all of which have been closed ahead of this hearing date. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval of the change of zone and approval with conditions of the special use permit for 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I am Ashley Meek. My address is 869 Quindaro Boulevard. I've been a resident on and off of the Strawberry Hill neighborhood in KCK for 16 years. I started off in agriculture about 5 years ago when I started managing Split Log Farm for Community Housing Wyandotte County and working with Casey Healthy Kids. During that experience, I was able to work with farmers throughout Kansas City and see both the need from the families that I worked with for local fresh food, as well as the need for our farmers to be supported. I managed the urban farm during the pandemic, which meant I had no volunteers while being 9 months pregnant. It was great. It was wonderful. But at the same time as the pandemic started, I started my own farm, Talking Tree Urban Farm at 9th and Quindaro. And then the pandemic hit and now I was running 2 farms as, 1 or 2 people. I also joined the KCK Farmers Market about 4 years ago. I've been the co-chair. I just stepped down for the past 2 years. working with KC Healthy Kids, Roots for Refugees, Cultivate KC, KC Farm School, you name it, any agricultural organization I've been working with. So that leads up to now. What I want to do is take all of the experience that I have gained. One being that in order for me to get this land, I actually had to apply for a farm ownership loan, which is extremely difficult if you don't own 1,000 acres and farm corn and wheat. So that experience has taught me a lot, as well as just this process of changing zones and just everything in general that I've been working on. And I want to take all of the resources and information that I've learned and also share it with other farmers. So this space is going to have a certified kitchen and a dining hall. And it will also have a workshop and lots of greenhouses. And the idea is that we would be collaborating together. He mentioned, Gunnar mentioned the farm north of my property. We're already working on collaborating together. I'm also working with all the farmers that I have been connecting with over the past 5 years to essentially provide a space for them to expand their business and collaborate with me through my food truck, and then also through wholesale accounts like working with the Merck to basically help people scale up their business, but on a business to business level versus them having to all fight for grant funding and work with, one representative that's helping 1 million farmers. The idea of this is to build a stronger, more resilient local food system by farmers partnering together and also doing it in a space that is almost 100% forest, and it's all native fruit trees, nut trees, and vining plants. And so this will be an agroforestry production where they'll actually be able to see how a food forest works and see what sustainable farming can look like in a forest, essentially. So this is going to be kind of a multifaceted plan of me growing not only my produce, but helping to cultivate other farmers in the area as well.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have 2023-32, that's just A1, and we have B2 that Ms. Meeks is, I believe, has spoken to also. I don't want to confuse the public that we do have 2 different items before us. One of them is a special use permit and the other one is a change of zone. So we'll take 2 different votes on one for each item. I'll now open the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Meeks. We appreciate it. I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this item? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
Yes, we have 2 individuals that have raised their hand. First one is Leslie Scott. You'll need to unmute. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Leslie Scott. I live at 2208 North 21st Street in Kansas City, Kansas. I had the pleasure of working with Ashley when she managed the farm for community housing of Wyandotte County. And during that time, she showed a remarkable commitment to the community around the farm, engaging the community to make sure that they had free access to healthy food, as well as engaging on education, including the kids who went to the school just across the street at Emmy Pearson Elementary School. And I was a former KCMO resident who came over and did some work in KCK and just fell in love with the community. And I think that an agritourism business would just encourage even more people to experience KCK and all that it has to offer, and maybe, come over and spend their money over here more. So I think it's a potential economic development opportunity, as well as, just encouraging more small farmers to be working in agriculture and helping our community. We have the poorest health outcomes in the whole state. And so, more access to healthy food can only help that. So I'm in strong support of this and hope you pass it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herbert Fields. Please unmute, state your name, address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Fields? Mr. Fields, go ahead.
Hi, Herbert Field, 1747 North 78th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas, 66112. I'm in favor of Ashley's applications, both of them. I've spoken with Ashley and talked to her about her plans, and I'm in full support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corinne Shaw. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Corinne Shaw. I live at 1026 Mildred, and I worked with Ashley. I managed the KCK Farmers Market, and she was the co-chair. And yeah, she's very determined, and I definitely feel like more agricultural projects in Wyandotte County can only benefit us. Giving people an opportunity to learn to grow, an opportunity to eat and have a healthy lifestyle, and an opportunity for the Wyandotte County businesses to thrive as well. All things that will create the best outcomes for our community. So I am also in support of Ashley's proposals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reggie Moten. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Reggie Moten. I live at 8609 Georgia Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. I was born and raised here. I'm 70 years old now, and I've been working with Ashley for the last year or so on the Kansas City, Kansas Farmers Market Board. And one thing I know about Ashley is not only is she determined, she's very meticulous about making things right and getting into the details. The only thing I've ever seen Ashley get criticized for was being too detailed when it was actually necessary. So I disagreed with the person who was criticizing her.
Our next speaker is Rose. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Rose Iltz. I live at 506 North 4th Street, and I very much support Ashley's project. She is a force to be reckoned with, and she's exactly the kind of person that we need doing business here in Wyandotte County. Thank you.
We have no other hands raised.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now ask the clerk if there's any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show no one's stepping forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Meek, thank you for your input into helping address the needs of this community with hunger and gardening. And I move to approve this item.
There's a second. Just for clarification. Yeah, we'll need 2 votes. This is item number 1, which is the number 032 for change of zone. Okay.
Point of clarification or question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have to take the other item before this one, or can we move to the 1112 item after this vote? There's another in between, another item.
Yes, we had a discussion on both items. We're going to do the first item, the 032, the change of zone. Then we'll do the special use permit, the agritourism business right behind it.
Okay, all right.
Provided we have the motions to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 112 I'd entertain a motion.
Bynum, so moved.
Townsend second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item B1, special use permit to operate an emergency cold shelter. Clerk, please read the item.
This is for
I
special.
already did. I know. Been a long day.
Special use permit, application number SP 2023-094. Fran Sutton with Cross Lines, special use permit to operate an emergency cold weather shelter at 550 State Avenue. Recommended for approval for 2 years with a vote of 7-1.
I'll ask staff to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Resign. Excuse me, again, this is a retroactive special use permit for a warming center, which under their definition in the zoning code is effectively a group home. This is in the downtown area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff agrees with the Planning Commission, recommends approval for 2 years with conditions.
Is the petitioner present, like to speak?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. My name is Rob Santel, Director of Programs at Cross Lines Community Outreach. I'm a resident of Olathe, Kansas. Here to share with you just briefly about the cold weather shelter and this request for that special use permit. I do understand it is retroactive. We did not get into contract until I think it was mid-November when that contract was signed in place. And we had a very high sensitivity of making sure that that shelter got operational as quickly as possible. And about December 18th was when we were fully operational. We've been open 15 nights and served 152 unique individuals during that time. We've had an abnormally warm January and February. We had a cold stretch there in January. And during that experience in January, we have experienced quite a few folks that have had cold weather injury and loss of limbs and things like that. So the need for this shelter is of utmost importance as well. In addition to the life-saving part of it, to the cold weather injury reduction, and we also focus on the supportive service side of things. We've connected at least 11 people to permanent housing or temporary housing. Tomorrow, I can say 12 if we're here late enough, which it seems like we're on track to do. But yeah, so that's the cold weather shelter and what we're asking for. That special use to be able to operate that in that same space.
Thank you. I'll now open the hearing. Clerk, were there any notifications received from the public who wish to express comments in favor of this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Let the record show no one is stepping forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Let the record show nobody step forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. I will now close the hearing, the public hearing on this item. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments? Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My question is, I see a recommendation for approval for 2 years. Mr. Hand, if it's not, if the cold weather shelter next year is not located at 550 State, would that change the approval?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Resign. Special use permits are beholden to the property owner and the property. So if it were to move, they would need a new SUP.
Okay, so 2 years, maybe, maybe not. Okay, motion to approve.
Dave, second. Any other comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call roll. We have a motion and a second.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 3.
Item number 3, special use permit 2023-122 Andrew C. Mall. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 6115 Oak Grove Road, recommended for denial with a vote of 6-1.
I'll ask staff, please make some comments. Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a short-term rental for a special use permit, non-owner occupied, although the applicant's mother, who would have nothing to do with the short-term rental, does live on the site or on the property. This is in the planned KCK area in the Turner neighborhood. Staff has received no letters of support. There was opposition at this case when it was heard at the City Planning Commission. There are no notices of violation. I'll pause right here really quick. Mr. Mall and the property owner and the property has an access agreement that requires it to go through either this property to the driveway, but more consistently through this property through a driveway. You can see in this location that it is landlocked. This is one of those situations when we were developing the short-term rental ordinance last May, we did not expect or anticipate such a case. It is certainly something that we will bring up as we do or conduct our review this May. But due to the access issues, planning staff agrees with the City Planning Commission, recommends denial. We do have conditions of approval if need be.
I'll now ask the applicant or representative of the application to please step forward and state your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Mall and I live at 4776 Black Swan Drive in Shawnee, Kansas. And I lived at the subject property from 2004 to 2018. And it is true, my mother-in-law actually is the one that lives upstairs. And my father-in-law and mother-in-law moved in 2018 because the home itself my family outgrew that home. And so we moved my mother-in-law and father-in-law in there, and my father-in-law passed in 2020. And so in order for us to sort of make ends meet, we decided to take the lower level, which was already sort of a separate living area before we purchased the property, and turn it into a short-term rental to help cover costs for the 10-acre property. I did want to make one quick clarification. The easement driveway, to my understanding, is actually with my neighbor to the west. And so the neighbor to the east, that driveway is, to my knowledge, is not a part of that easement. So I do not believe I have access to that particular driveway. The only driveway that I believe that I have access to is the neighbor to the west. So 5129 Oak Grove Road. So when we had our hearing, I also wanted to state that I live about 5 minutes away from the subject property, and I'm over there all the time taking care of my mother-in-law and the property. So I'm there on a daily basis. So at the hearing, I will say that there were a couple of questions about my process. First off, a commissioner asked about the sign in the yard for the hearing for public notice. And at my pre-Zoom meeting, I was told that that sign must appear on my property. And I was clear with that planner that my property sits about 500 foot off the road. And I made clear that where she wanted that particular sign to be located, and it was on my property and not at the street. The commissioner that asked that question, I don't know if he believed me, but he basically stated that he felt I was in violation of putting out public notice because that sign was not at the street. That commissioner also started to ask me questions. So after I answered that question, he asked me questions about the fence line that ran along the street, which again, my property is landlocked. It's 500 feet from the street. I know exactly what fence line he's talking about. There's trash all along that fence line all the time. And he asked me why I was not taking care of my property. That is not my property. And I explained that to the commissioner. And so I do believe that my neighbor to the east, she was here along with her daughter and did have some comments about safety and traffic. I assure you, my sons are over at my mother-in-law's all the time. She watches them on a weekly basis. There is no way I would ever put my mother-in-law nor my children in danger. As I mentioned, if there was ever a problem, I would know about it instantly because my mother-in-law lives upstairs. We have rules against parties. We make sure that people know where to park when they're a guest. And if there was ever any concerns that my neighbor had, I would happily address them. I do believe staff had some recommendations to allow it to move forward. But for whatever reason, there was a motion quickly made to deny, and that motion passed us, I believe, 6-1. I would respectfully request an overturning of this particular motion or this particular ruling. But at the very least, kick it back to planning and zoning that I may have the time to address whatever concerns there may be about this particular special use permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. I'll now open the public hearing or to see if the clerk, are there any notifications received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this item present? Let the record show nobody stepping forward in support of the item. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Are there any notifications received from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and address. For the record, you will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Hello, I'm Frances Howard. I live at 6113 Oak Grove Road, right next to Matthew or Andrew. So that's what we're disputing right now is a property line where it goes. And Andrew, do you know anything about the property line?
I am aware of where my property line is, where.
We have to, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you're speaking in support of the item or in opposition, I'm sorry, you're speaking in opposition to the.
Well, I think that's what it is about. It's about the property line. Because our property is so close, there is no road or anything back there. And I don't care what he does with this property, as long as it won't interfere with my family. So that's basically what it is.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would care to speak in opposition to this item?
My name's Meredith Casares. My address is 4925 Metropolitan. My mom is in opposition of it, as well as I am too. And Steve Howard, I talked to him last time we came here, and he doesn't want anything to change. He doesn't want traffic going through his driveway or anything like that. As with my mom, she don't want the traffic through the driveway. He said that he doesn't really have access to her driveway, but he does. Because we have to get on the easement to go back to my mom's 5 acres, because it's also landlocked next to his 10 acres of landlockedness. So we just don't want the extra traffic. I don't believe that he should have an Airbnb business back there where nobody could see the house from the road. He's not going to help maintain the driveway in the winter when it's snowing, or in the spring when it's raining and needs gravel. He's not going to do that. The people who are renting are not going to do that. My mom shouldn't have to be out money on herself to put a gate up there so that they can't go on her property. He shouldn't be allowed to have an Airbnb back there. It's a business. That's a private property. That's a home where there's young kids live back there. It just shouldn't be. I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
We have Aaliyah. who has raised her hand. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah Casares. My address is 108 North 76th Street. That's my grandmother who is his neighbor. I just wanted to clarify that they do use both of their driveways, both Steve Howard and my grandmother's driveway to access their property. He does have an agreement with Steve Howard to access his property, but Steve Howard just doesn't want the extra traffic from the Airbnb going on the driveway as well. So both of them basically just don't want the extra traffic. That's all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any others on there to speak in opposition to this item virtually?
No other hands are raised.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments?
Just a couple of points of clarification, if I may. Actually, I have maintained that driveway for 20 years and have spent thousands of dollars on it. And I'm the one that trims all the shrubs. I'm the one that adds the gravel to the easement driveway. Steve Howard, I believe, does maybe some maintenance towards the actual road, but I have been the bearer of the cost of that driveway. And yes, we have used Fran's driveway on occasion when Bill was alive, because they have to access through actually my easement and my property to get to the back 5 that she was referring to. There was just a friendly agreement that if you ever need to use my driveway, you're more than welcome to. And he did pass away a few years ago, so I probably should have talked with Fran about that. So I do apologize. Thank you.
Commission, comments, Mr. Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Lopez, District 6 here. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I drive up and down that road all the time. That is my question is there's, God forbid, if something happened, there's no way a fire truck could get back there. There's just no way. I've seen that road. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's phone line. There's a main phone line that runs, and there's no way. I mean, if a fire truck pulled in there, he's going to pull all those poles down. If it's snowing, if it's raining, it's raining a lot, it's snowing a lot. There's no way fire truck could get back there. I think what you're wanting to do is a great idea. I think it's just in a bad spot. It's just in the wrong place. But I would just like to move forward with this, with the recommendation of what the with planning and zoning has for denial, though.
Commissioner King.
Mr. Howard's not here, right? The one that you're talking about where the guy, this complaint is Mr. Howard?
Steve Howard, my neighbor, is not here, but Commissioner
Okay, and do you have proof that you paid to put gravel down and stuff like that? And you,
I have the most recent was probably a year and a half ago. So I do have that. That was roughly a $7,000 or $8,000 job to put gravel through that driveway all the way up through my property.
we're talking to him. I'm not sure where we should go with this. I think that one, it should go back to planning and zoning so you can prove that you have paid for the improvements to the property. And then whoever the neighbor is, you either get a written. I'm not, you're running this meeting, not me.
Yeah, ma'am, you're gonna have to, you'll have to wait to be called back up. You might, I would ask that you please sit down until he's done with his conferring. Okay. Thank you.
I think it would be fair if you got that documentation to say that you did this, maybe pictures or something like that. Because I don't want to kill something if somebody's saying you didn't do something and yet you have proof that you did.
Well, I don't know what someone's saying I didn't do. I mean, this is just a driveway that I've used for 20 years, and so I thought I should maintain it. So I've added gravel multiple times throughout that 20 years. And what you say to me really scares even having my mother-in-law there. I mean, I'm surprised that that house was able to be built back there if a fire truck can't get back there. So this certainly brings up.
I mean, well, that was my question too, because I mean, look at the house behind you that actually burnt down and the guy died.
Fran should be concerned too.
We-
because she's
Well,
back
they
there.
got.
Point of order,
Point of-
point of
yeah,
order,
yeah,
point of
yeah,
order.
Sorry.
I
We
got
have
the- I
Mr. Kane has the floor.
All right, I would prefer that we send it back to planning and zoning, so you can come up and say, I got the documentation to show I did this. And whoever the guy that lives next to you, if you can get a written note from him saying he likes it or he doesn't like it, because I don't think we can make a decision tonight on hearsay. So I would make a motion to send it back to planning and zoning, so you can get the information to supply to the planning and zoning and maybe to us and talk to the gentleman that you have to cross his property. And if you're supposed to be on one side, you should not be allowed to go on the other side. And that's a motion.
Mayor, I would second it, but I have questions.
Can you wait, Commissioner Stites?
She was actually.
Okay.
I'll go.
Commissioner Bynum.
Mr. Hand, could you put up the visual again, the property? That one. So I'm getting confused on what driveway you're talking about, what driveway your neighbors are talking about. Are we talking about one and the same? No.
Mr. Howard lives in this property. The driveway for his and Mr. Mull's property runs along the eastern property line right here. Kind of gets tucked in the fence line right there. There's a second driveway for the property at 6113 Oak Grove directly to the east that kind of dovetails off of it and comes this direction. So this technically connects to this and goes down, but Mr. Mull is representing that the the access agreement that he has is along this driveway. Did you follow my hand?
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So now my question becomes, aside from this item, is this one of those ancient situations that we really need to do some cleanup work on? How do we have a landlocked parcel? I mean, is this from days of yore? How does this exist?
Gunner Hand Director Planning and Design. If I were to do my typical urban design forensics on this one, I would assume this was once a large parcel, family-owned lot that got subdivided over time. Agricultural parcels used to allow multiple family members, if they were of a certain generation, to build a second dwelling unit on a parcel. Those parcels over time get split. There's a lot of landlocked parcels. There are fewer landlocked parcels that actually have a active dwelling unit on it.
Again, not to belabor it, when we as a unified government discover things like this, do we not usually require some sort of updating or compliance to our codes, et cetera? I mean, I hate to make trouble for people,
Sure.
but I'm just curious.
Gunner Hand Director Planning and Design. So you can see at the southern end of the property, there is a platted right of way that technically accesses this parcel. We have not been in the business of requiring people to this extent to build a road for us to access a single family home in a single property. So what the code requires is access to a road. If it's not abutting, it can be abutting a public right of way. It can be through a recorded access agreement.
Okay,
And that's what we have.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Stites, you had your button down earlier.
Stites District 7. So I'm glad the map is up here. So where is the driveway that is in question? There's this second driveway that sometimes gets used or maybe it doesn't get used. Where's it at?
So the second driveway that's being referenced and the women in opposition are here for are abutting the property to the east northeast. It's this driveway that sometimes, as I take Mr. Mull's testimony at word, sometimes access and this property also sometimes accesses, because if she wants to get her property to the southern half of her 10-acre parcel, she'll often come down this way and then get in that way. So there's a bit of friendly, non-recorded access easements going on here.
So if am I right in saying this? That she sometimes uses his driveway also?
Correct.
Is there a recorded driveway access agreement?
We have not been provided the recorded access agreement for Mr. Howard's property directly to the north.
Okay, I think I agree. I think it needs to be sent back and provide your documentation that you get. Maybe even, I don't know, see if you can contact the fire department and see if they will drive a truck down there for you or an ambulance or whatever. And then you know, right? Because you got family members that you're concerned about. You know what? Have them check it out. That'd be my suggestion. And as far as saying that there's a Airbnb back in the back and nobody can see them, that's exactly the kind of Airbnb I want. I don't want people looking at me. I want to be back there where I'm secluded. I think that gives it a neat appeal. I think that's an Airbnb I'd go after. So I agree with sending it back and getting your documentation.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, so right behind you is parcel 922602. It's right behind you to the south. And I don't think Gunnar Hand was here at the time, but there was a huge house fire. That guy completely burned up, and because the fire trucks could not get to him at all.
May I comment on that, please? I actually live there, and it's because the bridge
Yes.
caved in.
Mhm.
We don't have a bridge on our easement access.
Yeah, right. I understand, but what I'm saying is there's just no way a fire truck, I've seen
I
that.
watched it burn. I know exactly what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Yep.
All right.
Point of clarification on the motion, staff would request if you do make the motion and vote on it to send it back to planning commission, because we only have 10 days before the next planning commission, that you'd move it to the April city planning commission, please.
I would amend my second.
That's satisfactory to the applicant too.
Sure. Whatever I can get.
Just wanted to ensure that we weren't causing additional hardship. We do have a motion in a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to item C1. Clerk, you want to give the overview?
We have another companion case, Master Plan Amendment MPL 2023-020, Kelly Winkle, Master Plan Amendment from Downtown Mixed Use Downtown Area Plan to Civic Downtown Area Plan to construct the KCKCC Downtown Campus at 645 Nebraska Avenue, 1101 North 7th Street, and 600, 612, 624, 632, and 646 State Avenue, recommended for approval with a vote of 5-2. Also is a plan review application, PR 2023-044 for Kelly Winkle, preliminary development plan for the KCKCC Downtown Campus at 645 Nebraska Avenue, 1101 North 7th Street, and 600, 612, 624, 632, and 646 State Avenue, recommended for approval with a vote of 5-2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. These items are related. However, they will need to be voted on separately, as we did earlier this evening on other items. I'll ask staff to make some opening comments. Gunnar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, as the city clerk noted, this master plan amendment is being heard in conjunction with Plan Review 2023-044 for the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Downtown Campus. Master plan amendment is from mixed use to civic. A plan review is a preliminary plan review, so it will have to come back for a final development plan at the City Planning Commission at a later date. This is in the downtown area plan. We have received letters in support, no opposition. There are some old notices of violation on the property, all of which would be addressed as it related to its vacancy, all of which would be addressed by the proposed project. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval of both with conditions, including that they come back for a vacation of the alleyway, which they have and will be heard in March, as well as although this is has received, the church at 7th and State has received a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Commission for its demolition. It is still a landmarked property. As such, they have to come back for a certificate of appropriateness for the building permits of this new development. That is on the docket for April. So we have all of those steps aligned. I would remind everyone that they again have to come back for a final development plan. We did carry over some of the conditions, or excuse me, all the conditions of approval from that original certificate of appropriateness for demolition, which included sort of the incorporation of some of the elements of that church into the new building. Many of those have already been completed, so they are in some fashion redundant, if you will. But we did want to make sure that this entitlement also understood that the building is still responsible to take those component parts of that church and integrate them into the building. The applicant has been working with Landmarks Commission and others to do just that. So that's why those conditions of approval you might see tucked in there as well. Staff does have a couple of recommendations for other sidewalk landscape enhancements and internal circulation, all of which could be developed at that or refined at that final development stage. With that, I do believe the applicant has someone online that would like to present for his time. Is it going to be Mr. Ho?
Hello, everyone. Greg Mosier, President, Kansas City, Kansas Community College. One of our owners rep, Mr. Peter Ho, is online with the diagrams and renderings, as is Mr. Chris Davis from PGAV Architecture. So, Mr. Ho.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Mosier. If you can hear me, Director Hand, may I share my screen to show some additional images?
You should be able to grab the screen now.
Okay, let's see. Trying to see where I can do that on here. It says
Mr. Ho,
join
we
as
can promote
panelists.
you to panelists for you to be able to do that.
Oh, there you go.
We can see it now, Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho, you'll need to unmute.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, commissioners and staff. At the lateness of the evening, I'll be as brief as I can. Very quickly, I believe many on the commission and staff are familiar with this project. There are three financial partners or owners of the project: Kansas City, Kansas Community College, the Slope Health, and Community America Credit Union. The Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools is an educational partner with the community college. And before you in person is Dr. Greg Mosier, who is the president of the community college in Kansas City, Kansas. So this is the project consists of just under 100,000 square feet of redevelopment of the entire block. And this image shows the block that I believe many of you are familiar with. State Street to the south, Nebraska to the north, 7th on the west, 6th on the east side. Currently, the church that Director Hand had referenced is located right here. Currently, we have all the demolition permits in hand, and demolition has started. If you've driven by the site, you'll see that many of these buildings are all down right now, with just a little bit remaining to be removed. And so that's the process that we are in currently. This is the next image is the proposed development plan. And what we have here, this boomerang shaped building is a 4-story called the Partners Building. It will be occupied by the Community College, Swope Health, and Community America Credit Union. In this building here is a one-story building. It'll house two technical labs. One is advanced manufacturing and one is commercial construction. And then my next couple of images that you may not have seen as recently, this would be the rendering of the partner building. This would be the intersection of State Avenue and 7th Street. So the current church sits right at this corner. And this image is along State Avenue, looking west. So that's the partners building. This would be the technology labs. It's a one-story building showing both commercial construction in this area and then the advanced manufacturing over in this portion of the building. At that point, I would just pause and see if there's any questions for us.
Any questions of the conferee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Dr. Mosier. Do you want to make any comments?
We're really looking forward to this project. As Mr. Ho mentioned, the demolition is actually almost complete. I was over there before a meeting earlier here today. And almost all the buildings are down. The church is still standing. You'll see the wood up on the windows, but all of the stained glass windows have been removed with a great success, I would say. And they're being stored safely and they will be refinished and be hung inside the storefront windows of the main entrance. And then there is a community conference room that is dedicated to the church. These are drawings that were having to have redone because of the change in the dimensions of the building, but PGAV is working on that now. And we'll have those to share with the Historical Preservation Design Board, which was formed out of the Historical Landmarks Committee. And then we'll have those for the Landmarks Committee as well to fill that one remaining item on the C of A. We have a very tight timeline on this. Our goal is to have substantial completion by October 31st, so we can start moving classroom equipment into the partners building, maybe a couple of weeks before that. Soft launch in January of 2025 and 2026, soft launch in January 2026. Where we would do ESL, GED to the community, some of the general education courses, things that don't require heavy equipment move in. And then we'll have the heavy equipment programs launched in the fall of 2026, so we can get that all moved in the summertime. So in order to get things moving, we're wanting to start construction with the building permit, of course, in hand by May of this year.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there are any notifications received. Public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received.
Anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, let the record show nobody step forward. Is there anyone like to speak in favor of this item? So, okay, if
No hands are raised online.
thank you. I'll ask the clerk if there are any notifications received public who wish to express their comments in opposition.
No comments received.
Anyone like to speak in opposition to this item who is present? Okay. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. Conferee care to make any closing statements? Okay. Any members of the commission have any comments? Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Dr. Mosier, when you come to the end of the approvals that are needed and amendments and plans and plan reviews and whatnot, I think you're really gonna miss us.
I think you're right.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the master plan amendment.
David, second. Okay, and just for clarification, we do have two items that are related. We've got the master plan application and the preliminary development plan. Your motion is to do the master plan amendment for downtown. Okay, just wanted to make sure everybody understands. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
The vote is 6-2. The motion carries.
That takes us to item number 2, the application for the preliminary development plan for the campus. I'd entertain a motion.
Bynum, so moved.
David, second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
The vote is 6-2. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of our planning and zoning agenda committee. That concludes it. And so now we'll step right into the regular portion of our agenda. For item number 1 is the mayor's agenda. Yes, please read proclamation.
Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance.
Okay. That takes us to our regular consent agenda. Does any member of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on with one vote.
David, so moved.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. I'll ask for guidance on what the appropriate technique would be. But with regard to item number 4, I have a conflict. So will not be voting on that item. So you might need to take a vote separately on that item because I have a conflict.
Yeah.
I'm recusing myself.
Yeah, she would
Yeah.
recuse herself. Council, we would have to pull that item off of the consent, do it separately in order to allow you to do that. So the motion would need to change if someone and the second would have to agree.
Yeah, I will go ahead and amend my motion to approve all items except for number 4, which is the Platinum Grove.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve all but number 4. Comments, concerns? Saying none, clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum. Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to item number 4, and I believe it's the plat of McGrew Grove located at Quindaro. Commissioner Townsend. You want comments in reference to item number 4?
No more than what I've already said. I have to recuse myself.
Recuse yourself. Okay, do we have a motion to approve item number 4?
Davis move to approve item 4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item number 4 with Commissioner Townsend's recusing herself. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum. Gone. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. That takes us to the next part of our agenda, which is the administrator's agenda. Item number 1, ordinance resolution, sale and issuance of general obligation bonds. My understanding, the sale of these bonds occurred this morning. We will have one presentation to update the commission and the public on the results of those sales. However, we will need to vote on each item separately. I will ask our finance team to present them, and I believe we have Debbie Johnson for making the presentation this evening.
Good evening, Debbie Johnson, Interim Chief Financial Officer. So we had our annual bond and note sale today. We had some pretty good results, and I've just got a real short presentation just to talk about what we had. So here's the calendar that we've been on. On February 14th and 15th, we held ratings calls with both Standard & Poor and Moody's, who rate our bonds and notes. And then we got receipt of those. I'll talk about the results here in the presentation. And then today we're at the pricing on February 29th. We'll close on the bonds on March 27th, which is in time to go ahead and pay off the 2023 notes that are currently outstanding. So we had 3 sales today, 2 bond issues and 1 temporary note. Our first bond issue was a bond for the city. It was $34.1 million. We had 9 bids, with the winning bid going to Mesero Financial. The interest rate is 3.55%, and it's a 20-year bond. Just for comparison, when we did the bond issue last year, we had a $40 million bond issue and we got 3.7%. So we're just a little bit, we got a little bit better rate this year than we did on our bond issue last year. The second issue is a county bond issue. It is a 10-year bond. We received 4 bids on it, with the winning bid going to Piper Sandler and Company. The bid was 2.97%. I think our projections on all of our bonds and notes were in the 3 to 4% range. So we actually did good getting this one under 3%. So it is, and I said, it is a 10-year bond, so it'll go through August of 2034. And then the last one is the temporary note issue at $54.89 million. We received 6 bids on this one, and the temporary note is a 1-year term. The interest rate is 3.68%. In line with what we got last year. Last year, we had a $44 million bond issue, and the rate was 3.65%. So we were just a couple tenths of a percent higher. The next couple slides, I won't spend a whole lot of time going through these, but this is just a breakdown of the bond issue. So we had a par amount on the 2024A of 34 million. And we've broken it out to show how much is tax supported, property tax supported, versus the sanitary and stormwater improvements. We also have a graph at the bottom that shows what we refunded from the prior temporary note issue, as well as some new money projects that were included in that bond issue. This is the county bond, the 2024B. I said it was only about 6.6 million. And there were 2 county projects that were that had temporary notes, and then we refunded those with a permanent bond issue. And then the last one is the 2024 temp notes. Again, we've also broken down how much is property tax supported versus sanitary and stormwater rate revenues. So same graph at the bottom, we're showing how much, I believe the amount in blue there is the refunded portion, and then the orange is showing the new money portion. As I said, we held ratings calls earlier this month. Both S&P and Moody's affirmed our current ratings. S&P has us at a AA stable, and Moody's has us at an A1 stable. Some of the comments that we got were that the rating reflects strength in the UG's management team, which has demonstrated a history of conservative budgeting practices, as well as outperforming budget assumptions. They also list in their report what can affect the rating and what can cause an upgrade, or what you can do to try to move toward an upgrade versus what might happen to get you a downgrade. And so some of the areas were strengthening of reserves up to 30% of operating revenue. Our current fund balance policy has us a minimum of 17%, with a goal of trying to get that extra month of emergency reserves at 25%. So now they're saying that to get a stronger reserve balance, they're suggesting a 30% reserve. Decline in debt. We've had over the years, the rating agencies have said our debt profile is high compared to other peers within the same ratings category. So to get an upgrade, we would need to look at a decline in the debt and then just continued economic expansion. Things for a downgrade would show if we continue to forecast a budget gap. They noted the 2 mil reduction from 2023. So the budget gap would be the gap between revenues and expenses. How much are we spending? How much are we spending over the amount that we're taking in? Erosion of the operating reserves below 20% could lead to a downgrade, and then also an increase in long-term liabilities. So this is just a graph from the bond buyer index. The graph just shows the difference in rates between a general obligation bond and a revenue bond. We talked about that before. We issue a lot of our sewer and storm projects as general obligation because it does offer a little bit better rate. You can see over back in 2022, those rates were very close. They're still close, but they're probably about 0.3% difference between them. And so we just made a note there that the inverted yield curve in the market means that shorter term debt has a higher interest rate than the long term. And that's why you're seeing the bond and the temp note have a very similar rate. So we're just asking for approval of the ordinance and resolutions related to each series of bonds and temporary notes. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. County Administrator.
Thank you, Debbie. I think she presented us some very good news, particularly after the budget process that we had last year. But what's nice is that we have a good working relationship with our rating agencies, and we do take seriously their advice. And so that one page that she had up there on what can we do to improve ourselves, those are going to be decisions that you as a policymakers are going to have to make. We'll present options for your consideration. But they also gave some cautionary messages for us on levels of debt. We've talked about that before. But what impact does that have on our capital program? That's what pays our capital program. So we are going to have some really interesting discussions, but what's really important is we did not receive a downgrade and we are labeled stable. So getting those reaffirmations from our rating agencies, we should do a little dance because this market is so volatile these days that it's nice to be that they've recognized our good stewardship and reward us with a stable, same rating that we've had the last few years.
Well, and I will also just say, when you see the rate, the graph that I had up, I didn't point out that over the past year, that rate was actually higher. And then we saw a drop coming in December. So that's why I think our projections, what the actual rate we received was lower than what we were projecting back in December because the rates did drop slightly. I just wanted to, before we close out, I wanted to thank all the people that are involved in the bond issue, our financial advisor, Elizabeth Bergman from Baker Tilly, Kevin Wimpy from Gilmore and Bell, and then Elise Villarreal, our debt coordinator. They all have worked really hard, probably since we approved the budget, starting to work on this bond issue. So just wanted to note that we're all involved in it together.
Lower rates equal lower costs.
That's right.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have, Mr. Johnson, do we have any plans of just communicating this with the public? I know we were very fortunate to have to get some press on this and have kind of independent journalists
look at our financial situation and kind of communicate that. But I cannot overstate a great job and thank you all for this. It's a big deal that we are not going bankrupt. It's a big deal that we do have a AA and an A1 credit rating. And it is something that we need to communicate to our community. And so what are the plans of communicating this?
After tonight, when you approve these 3 items, we will be working with our communications department. And they have the network to the reporting, the media out in the KCMO. We'll put stuff on the web. We'll put it in our newsletters that they put together. So we will have ample opportunities to share this good news with the public. But we need a decision on 3 things tonight.
Absolutely. With that, I'll move to approve.
I do want to remind everyone that we'll have to take these individually. So when you make a motion to approve, I want to make sure you say them by number, please. So for clerk to be able to record it. And I do have one more commissioner who would like to comment. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Commissioner Lopez, District 6. Hey, I was just wondering, what if could we wait to sell these and just kind of work off our cash basis just to, I mean, because I know our economy's slow and it's not kind of like bringing really good, but if we waited to sell when it's kind of booming a little bit better, would it be better for us because it's going to cost us more to borrow, and then now our taxes are gone up even more because we might have pulled the trigger on selling these too quick.
Right. We have to sell, we have the temp note from 2023 coming due April 1.
Okay.
So we have to sell either bonds or renew temp notes in order to pay that temp note issue off. So it's about 50 million.
Right. So is it going to cost our taxes in the end? Is it going to raise our taxes in the end to go this route?
No, these were budgeted last year when we approved the budget. All the projects that are included in either the bond issue or the temp note were included in the budget. We did not raise the mill levy for either the city or the county last year. It remained constant. So you're not, as a result of this issue, you're not seeing.
Right. Well, I mean, not
an increase,
but not yet though, right? On raising the mill levy.
Right.
You said you didn't have to last year, but not yet moving forward though.
I don't anticipate that this issue, now, if we were to, when we go through the budget this summer, if we were to suddenly decide to issue a lot more debt to where we don't feel like the mill levy could manage those payments.
Right. That's what I'm just wondering, is this a wise choice to sell these right now? I'm just asking. It's a wise choice though.
I think right now we got pretty good rates here. The rates were better than what we expected. Yeah, they're in the around the 3%, 3.5% range. But when you're talking about a 20-year bond.
I think the message that we need to listen to Debbie here is this is going to be covering the cost of capital projects that were included in the budget process passed last year that has already influenced the mill rate for both the city and the county. So this is kind of like the end of last year's budget process that provides us the revenue to do what we said we want to do this year. So we'll be going through a similar exercise this year, starting with what you heard earlier today with the CIP presentation. That'll be more refined as we go forward. But this needs to be sold today if we want to have a capital program this year. Otherwise, you're not going to have any capital improvements done.
And we'll be working on that, the debt forecast as we go through the budget process to anything that changes within there. We would include that in a forecast to show us where we're going. But the forecast that we did with the items that were approved in the budget would not change what we've already approved.
Commissioner Lopez, any other comments?
I was just, I don't know, just going off the gut feeling that maybe we should wait. That's all, but anyway. But I
mean,
get what
we-
you're saying though.
We held the sale today. It would probably not, it would not look favorable on us right now to say, we're not going to issue. We have to issue enough to be able to pay off the temp note that we have outstanding,
Okay.
which I said is around 50 million.
Okay.
So,
And-
and the bond issue rolls over projects that were already completed or pretty much near completion. So we've already paid that money. We've already spent that money, so we have to roll it over into a bond, or we would have to come up with the cash to pay it off.
Okay. Maybe, you said I can come and see you later, like next week or something.
Sure.
We can go more in depth on this.
Sure.
Okay.
We do have a motion and a second to approve bond issue number 1. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-1.
That takes us to item number 2, bond issue number 2. Motion.
Bynum, so moved on item number 2 for the general obligation on the county bond side.
Davis second.
Comments, concerns? Seeing none, clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-1.
Finally, I'll entertain a motion for item number 3, resolution authorizing providing for the issuance of general obligation temp notes series 2024-I.
Move for approval.
Davis second.
Been a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
No.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-1.
Thank you, committee. Debbie, thank you. Next item on the administrator's agenda is the approval of the ordinance to institute eminent domain proceedings related to the Levee Trail Armadale Improvements Project. I don't, is our Public Works Director here to present the item? Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff, I didn't see you. I will ask our Public Works Director to present the item.
Good evening. I wasn't prepared to make a presentation. I was only prepared to explain if needed.
Very effective presentation.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second that was made for approval. That's ordinance number 4, the Procter and Gamble Trailhead only. For the eminent domain. That's a motion? Okay, thank you. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. I brought that up because we do have another trailhead and I didn't want to get them confused. We have 2 different items, so the next.
Davis second.
There we go. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve James Street Trailhead. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Moving right along. Item number 6, appointments, witness the destruction of election ballots. I will ask our legal counsel to present the item.
I would introduce Jeff Conway, who was
Mayor Pro,
in advising the election office.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, this was submitted on behalf of the election office, and it just simply is carrying out the state statutory obligations. So it's KSA 252708 basically talks about the preservation of these records. And it says it's county, city, school district, township ballots are retained for 6 months and all state and national ballots for 22 months. And at the expiration at that time, the county election officer shall destroy the records. And so that's just simply carrying out the state statute. And then it talks about who's to be appointed, and that's what this item is all about.
Thank you. Questions, committee? We have the two witnesses, two commissioners will oversee that as Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Lopez to witness the destruction. And two alternates. Yes, we do have the alternates. And they will be, the alternate is appointed by Mr. Lopez will be Betty McGill. And as an alternate to Mr. Ramirez, I don't see that. Commissioner Hill. Oh, got it. Thank you. Thank you, committee. Teamwork. I appreciate that. All right, we need a motion in a second.
Bynum, so moved.
David, second. Okay, we have a motion in a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Burns.
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
motion carries.
That takes us to item number 7, the presentation for the 2024 casino grant overview. This is our final item on the administrator's agenda. I'll ask Angel Ferreira, Director of Parks and Rec, to present the item. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Commissioners. Good evening. We saved the best for last as usual. So tonight, we have before you a presentation on the Unified Government's Hollywood Casino Grant Fund Program. We do have some new commissioners, so we're really excited to again bring this presentation before you as informational as we begin to kick the program off tomorrow. I do want to provide a little bit of an update is if you have this presentation before you, don't be alarmed. The presentation on the screen tonight is updated. We did go through it and found some errors, so we made those adjustments. We'll walk through those as we go through here. So with me tonight, I have Mrs. Sarah Forgy. She is with the Greater Kansas City Community Foundation. The Unified Government partners with the Greater Kansas City Community Foundation to manage this grant program. We did put this process back out for RFP earlier this year as that renewal was up. So we did go through that process. We've received 2 proposals for that and moved forward and selected Greater Kansas City Community Foundation to continue running this grant program with us. So the goal of tonight's presentation is to just give you an overview of this program and then take any questions you might have at the end. So as a little bit of history, the Hollywood Casino Grant, the Board of Commissioners, you all established a grant fund to improve the community health of Wyandotte County. Funding for this grant is made possible because of the annual contribution from the Hollywood Casino. Since 2013, the Hollywood Casino Fund has awarded over $6.7 million to nearly 150 nonprofits. I'll call Sarah up and she's going to kind of walk through the process from here, what that looks like, and also the role that the commission plays and just kind of walk us through that overall process.
Again, my name is Sarah Forgy and I'm with the Greater Kansas City Community Foundation, and I'm pleased to be here with you this evening to talk about the Hollywood Casino Grant Project process. As you can see up here, how our annual process begins is a contribution from the Hollywood Casino into the fund that has been established already to support community health goals in Wyandotte County. Nonprofits that are serving Wyandotte County apply for these funds, and I'll walk you through what that process looks like. We do a quick pre-qualification of all applications to make sure that they meet the requirements that you've put in place. And then you and the mayor will have the opportunity to review each application that has been deemed to be meeting those requirements and make your grant suggestions. And then the final process, of course, is that hopefully Wyandotte County Health improves through the community programs that are in place here. So who's eligible for these grants? It's going to be 501c3 public charities, those that are in good standing with the IRS. Organizations that do not have their own 501c3 designation. This could be organizations like ballparks or membership clubs, PTOs can work with a 501c3 public charity as their fiscal sponsor. The fiscal sponsor then receives the grant award and is responsible for administering that with its partners. A little bit more on the fiscal sponsor side. At the Community Foundation, one of the things that we're responsible for is verifying all of these fiscal sponsor relationships, making sure that they are with a public charity. So before you see any of those grants, we will have already done that piece of it. Things that are not going to be considered or have not been considered in the past. All applicants are required to demonstrate that the use of these funds awarded will be used for Wyandotte County residents. Nonprofits themselves may not be located here, but they need to demonstrate that the funds awarded would be used in Wyandotte County. And we do require, as part of their reporting process, if they are awarded a grant, that they report the residential zip codes of anyone that they served with those grant funds. This grant has generally not awarded grants for funds for things like capital campaigns, endowments. Some other good ones to just remember are support going directly to individuals or scholarships. So, John Doe cannot apply for a grant, obviously. Anything that would be considered lobbying, large equipment expenses, activities that are for benefit organizations, think of things like the Elks, for example, would not be eligible for this. And of course, a high priority is placed on those projects that are in alignment with your Wyandotte County's comprehensive plan and demonstrate alignment with the Healthy Communities of Wyandotte plan as well. We do encourage nonprofits to show how they're going to collaborate with others in the community to implement their programs, that they have measurable outcomes, and that they're reaching an at-risk or underserved population in the county. And that all comes through the application narrative process. Just a little bit about the grant amount and the reporting requirements. So there's no restriction on the minimum or the maximum amount of a grant that a nonprofit can receive through this process. Each commissioner and the mayor has a certain amount that you may allocate to the organizations that you'd like to see approved. In 2023, the grants approved ranged from $500 to $27,000, and the average award was almost $7,000. There were, I think, approximately 65 nonprofits or projects that were awarded last year. And we do require some interim reports and final reports for those that are awarded, again, placing emphasis on getting those zip code data so that we can report that back to you. Some of the things that my office provides is we provide the technical assistance to applicants. We have an informational session tomorrow at 10 a.m. For anyone who's interested, who's maybe applied in the past or has not had the opportunity to apply, to kind of walk them through the process. We review everybody for eligibility, make sure that they can legally receive the grant as well as are serving Wyandotte County. We will provide you with all of the applications, and that comes in two forms. One is through our online reviewer system, which you all have access to. We also provide you with a PDF of all the applications that may be printed. And for applicants who have been awarded in the past, so if they received a grant in either 2022 or 2023, we will provide you with those past reports that they turned in so you can review their past performance. And then at the end of this process, depending on your decisions, we send out all the award notification and decline notification, and then of course, all the checks, which is the fun part for us. Your role on the commission is to review all of those applications. And last year we received just over 90 applications to the grant opportunity. So pretty impressive participation from the community. Like I said, you'll have the opportunity to allocate funds to those that you think should be awarded. Each commissioner and the mayor is given an equal amount that you may allocate. And so that amount per commissioner, and this will be in all the information you receive from us, so don't have to jot it down, will be $41,778.18. So almost $42,000 that you can each award. You do that independently, and then we total up the awards across the board for all nonprofits. And then the final distribution of funds would be approved at your meeting. Quick breakdown of the important dates. So the application will open tomorrow. Like I said, we have an info session at 10 a.m. It's virtual. We've sent out notifications to nonprofits that are on our listserv to let them know, and all of your past awardees have received notification as well of that info session. The deadline will be April 19th. You will receive all of your materials in May and June, and you will have your meeting to approve those grant awards on June 27th. And then we will get notification out the door to nonprofits roughly within 2 to 3 weeks. This is some nuts and bolts of the application that we share on our website and with nonprofits of where they can go to find the application, get registered, and then of course, if they have any technical questions, who to reach out to. Screenshot of where to go. Just a few changes this year, and these were changes that we put in place last year. So if you're familiar with this process, it won't be new. We'll give you those 2 years worth of reports, so 2022 reports and 2023 on any past grants. Those come from the nonprofits directly. We in the past had required a very specific project budget that we found was kind of tedious for nonprofits. So now we just ask them to provide their own, which has been helpful and I think useful to this process. And we no longer require them to provide the detailed information about their board of directors as we have in the past. It was quite a bit of demographic information and employers and things like that. And it was a lot of paper. We have some helpful tips that we'll be sharing at our info session tomorrow. Things like, reading the guidelines, making sure you get your reports in, reaching out to the Community Foundation if you have any questions. And then this is all of the contact information that we will share. And I think we're ready for questions.
Thank you, ladies. Committee, questions? Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just first of all, a clarification for the Board of Commissioners and the public, really. There was some media that we got 3 or 4 weeks ago around the Hollywood Casino penalty that they pay to the unified government for not building a hotel. And they were tying that to this grant fund. And I'm just clarifying for everyone, those two things have nothing to do with each other. This grant fund is a part of the original development agreement for the casino, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with the penalty that Hollywood Casino pays for not building a hotel. So just to put that out there and clarify that. Question for you both, really. I know in the past I've kind of asked for and received updates on, for example, my prior grantees or organizations I had at least given some of the funding to, and whether they were current on reporting. And you're telling us that you're going to make sure we have that. Is that what I heard you say?
That's correct. So we will give you those reports for all the applicants.
Okay. And it doesn't, there's nothing within our parameters that say if you owe us reports, you cannot apply, is there?
There's nothing in your requirements that say you cannot apply or you cannot be awarded. That said, we do strongly encourage everyone to complete those reports and send them in.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. So one of the things, and Commissioner Bynum, you hit on it, that was talked about was the penalty. I think it's the 1.3 million or whatever it is for not building the hotel at Hollywood Casino, and that's not part of the of this allocation. But I think it's important, and if we could tell the commission and the folks out there, how is this money derived? So.
Yeah, so I can take that one. So actually on the first slide, if we're able to pull that back up, it gives a little bit of the history, but I believe it was, I was looking at the agreement back the other day. I want to say it was 2010. I know the presentation says 2013 for the distribution of funds, but that was in the original agreement with the unified government and the Hollywood Casino grant, as promised as their initiative to give back to the community. And then I'm not sure if legal has any other guidance along through that, but that is what's in the agreement.
Right, but I think, so that number fluctuates, right? And that's what I'm getting at. That last year, I think it was 43, and a year before that, or maybe it might have been 47, but now it's 41. What changes? It's not a set amount. It's a percentage, and if I'm speaking out of turn here, somebody correct me, but I believe it to be a percentage of profits from the Hollywood Casino that would be given back to the commissioners to use within their district. Is that correct?
So I will say that for this specific program, there's $500,000 for the program. Mayor Pro Tem did ask this question the other day, and I did some research. So out of the $500,000, the allocations distributed 11 ways has gone down in the past few years. Those reasons are because just recently we put this service out for RFP, and when we did select those candidates, those services for the grant program did increase. So you've got that increase to the contractual services there. Historically, this program has been, I think, managed by previous staff in the unified government. So now that I've been fortunate to run the program, I do utilize services through iParametrics. So there are some services that come out for grant support out of that 500,000. So that is why you'll see a little less allocation this year as opposed to last year.
So if I'm doing my math correctly, then, I mean, I would say our contractual would be about $55,000 for the group to manage this. Is that correct?
About 40, I think.
40?
Yeah, your total that you can grant this year in total is 459,560. So 459 out of 500.
Yeah, so after the service fees are removed from the 500,000, there's $459,560 left for allocations, split 11 ways for the program.
Okay, well, and I mean, I guess as long as that seems to be, $41,000 that's being spent on it, if that's not something that we can do with in-house, because that money divided up amongst 11 of us is additional money that can be used back in our community. So, I mean, if there's a way that we can run this in-house, I would be for looking at that. Not that you all haven't done a great job. I'm just looking at a way that I can have more money in my pocket to give to, not my pocket literally, but in my bucket that I can distribute in my community. Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Ms. Ferrera and Ms. Forgy. Forgy, thank you. And the questions I have were just kind of a continuation of what Commissioner Stites had already asked about. Just want to make sure I'm clear. So we're starting out with this at $500,000?
Yes.
And is that number constant each year, or does that vary based on the casino success up or down in what they take in?
Commissioner Townsend, that number is consistent each year as it relates to the agreement between the UG and the Hollywood Casino.
Okay, so the cost for variance in what we as commissioners are able to allocate is predicated on costs to administer the program. Do those costs vary from year to year? Are we next year going to have to do a request? And maybe the administrative costs will go up or down, or is this contract for multiple years?
So this contract, I believe, has the option to renew yearly.
To renew yearly?
Yes.
Holding the current cost the same?
I would need to verify that before I can provide that answer.
Okay. And tomorrow, the applications are available. Is tomorrow also the date that those who are interested in finding out about the program can get that information? And if you could tell me again where and how.
Yes.
Made available.
Yes, Commissioner. So tomorrow is also the webinar. We have been advertising for this program in-house. I checked last Friday. We have 60 participants registered for the webinar. So I would imagine since last Friday, we probably have more. On the slide, it did have the webinar link that we've been promoting for people to hop on so they can get that information. However, we will be recording that webinar and we will be posting that to our website, our social media. So it'll be a live link that they can refer back to. So if you miss the webinar tomorrow, that's okay. The same information will still be able to be accessed through the recorded link.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Really interesting questions coming from Commissioner Stites. I work in, you're welcome. I work in philanthropy, so I understand kind of you're doing business with the government and you have your administrative fee, right, for kind of doing this work, and it's a $500,000 budget. We know, and I don't know if it was 2010 or 2013, we'll have to get that development agreement, but $500,000 in 2013 is not going to be the same value $500,000 in 2024. And so if we are trying to kind of maximize this, I mean, perhaps maybe we try to incentivize staff. I mean, we could probably take that money next year that we would have given to Greater KC Foundation, nothing against you all, and maybe some bump stipend or whatever for staff to do this work or something to keep this in-house because it is getting pretty expensive. And quite frankly, if we keep putting this out for bid year by year by year, we're all going to have less money to allocate. And so with that being said, will you all be sending us the reports for the grant? Like, will we be able to see how people reported on this from last year, from 2023?
Yes, for all the applicants that come in 2024, we'll send you a 2023 and 2022 report if they received funds in those years.
Okay, great. Yeah, because it would be really good just for us to have that information and see kind of who's consistent, and who's not. Beyond that, thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you for getting that answer that I had requested as to why the fees had gone down. Committee, the additional $3,676.36 that we would each receive would give us a balance of $45,454.54 each to distribute this next cycle. So I do understand the conversations that we had, that this was for information only, something for us to give consideration to as we move forward next year. I know there's a lot of not-for-profits out there looking for these dollars. So any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
I'm sorry. Just tell me what you just said, the additional.
With the amount of money we each get is 41,778.18, correct? You subtract the 4, you multiply that by 11, you get the 459,559.98.
Right.
You subtract that from the 500,000, that gives you your 40,444.02 for administration costs. You take the additional, you take the 444 administration costs, divide it by 11, you get an additional $3,676.36. You add that to the 41,778 that you are all going to get, and you should come up with a number of around $45,454.54.
Part of the reason I asked was because I wanted to make sure that's what you were doing, was not suggesting necessarily, but showing us the scenario of if there were no admin fees whatsoever taken out of the total.
That's correct. I was listening to the conversation. I thought I would offer those numbers up so you could see, because it was said that somebody could put more money in their pocket. I mean, the more money to hand out. I just want to share that. Now, be mindful that if we do it internally, there's some costs doing it internally too.
That's my point.
Benefits to employees.
I mean, if you don't pay admin to an outside agency, you're still paying admin somehow, some way, because somebody has to do the work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and committee. Any other questions, comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Stites.
Thank you for that math lesson. But the way I got to that same number was taking 500,000 divided by 11. And that gave me 45,454.54, the same number.
That's fine. Well, you were just talking about the admin costs. Yeah, we wanted the admin costs. So I was just following the conversation.
But I do agree. Oh, sorry. But I do agree that if we do take this in-house, there's a cost. We're putting that on top of somebody else to do, and how do we compensate them or have them absorb that work?
Plus the benefit costs for employees and additional costs that I think are being absorbed in the $40,000 contract we have presently. Ladies, thank you. If there's no other questions, and while we sit here and banter around about dollars and cents, we should probably move on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, committee, that concludes the portion of our regular meeting, and I adjourn us in this capacity. I will entertain a motion to adjourn as the Board of Commission and call us back in order as the Land Bank of Board of Trustees.
Bynum, so moved.
Dave,
Second.
okay. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend. Motion carries.
That takes us to our Land Bank Board of Trustees consent calendar. Does any member of the commission County Administrator wish to set aside any item on the land bank consent agenda.
David, so moved.
We have a motion and a second. Comments, concerns? Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. With no further business to come before the governing body, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Bynum, so moved.
David, second.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call Burns. Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah, that's Dwayne Beth is a former police officer, retired police officer. He sits on the law enforcement advisory.
He's the chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, but